All right, what's good? What's good? What's good? It's going to take a couple minutes for people to get in the door. Started this for people that are watching this on archive. Started this live stream. Put it up on YouTube a little bit late. Wife is going out of town, so I spent a little more time with my family this morning. So I was running a little bit behind. It didn't want to start it too late, so I had to put my video up like right before I started. So it said 8:05, but I actually started it right at 8 o'clock. We got 4 people in the house. What's good with you, man? Wait for people to creep on in the door. People should creep on in the door. Gotta love life, man. Christmas is around the corner. December 22nd. About to spend a bunch of money. Just got done spending a bunch of money on Christmas. Let me move this out the way. All right, we got people coming over. We got 3 people, man. Leave a comment in the chat. You one of the original 3 people in the door, man. What's going on? We got 19 people in the building. Ain't nobody left a comment yet, though. So I got to wait till we get what's going on? Big Keith, first one in the building. What's going on, Big Keith? What's going on, Big Keith? Today, Big Keith, we're going to break down what we learned yesterday. That, my friend, was really, really, really good explanation of that money. What's going on? Let me slide back. What's going on, Davion? What's happening with you? Stone Alone, bro. Hey, man, Stone Alone is the inventor of the Super Chat Thursdays and always the first one off the cuff with it, brother. Much love, brother. Thank you for that support, man. Thank you. What's good? Hey, what's going on? Oh, Arise Fanon in the chat yesterday show was fire. Yeah, man, that was really good, man. We had Nonito Donaire. We had Rachel Donaire on yesterday. Completely accidental because I don't usually do interviews, but that was enlightening. Very, very, very enlightening. And it came to my attention that Gervonta Davis doesn't know how much money he's making. Gervonta Davis doesn't like the back end, man. Doesn't like the back end. You know what is funny to me, man? Jason Williams said, group chat in here is nonsensical. Man, then don't come around, bro. I loved it, bro. Yeah, that was good stuff, man. It was good. I mean, I got a lot better understanding of it now. Makes sense to me now. I understand now. Bro, let me tell you something. You may not want a guarantee. There could be scenarios where you may not even want one. That's like guys that want to get paid off commission. Some of those guys, they don't want any upfront money. They don't want any money for it. They just want to get paid on commission. Dude, he's going to make a lot of money, bro. And when you have a situation like that, the guarantee doesn't really matter. Jalil Hack, hold on, man. Jalil, I got to check your name, Jalil. No, I do not believe 120,000 pay for you, bro. No, I do not. No, I do not, bro. And honestly, man, you guys are going to have to start like consulting with me you're going to have to pay consulting fees in order for me to continue to teach you guys how not to be conned. Okay? I mean, I swear, bro, please do not tell me that what y'all tell me. First of all, Jalil Hatchins, let me go see who you are. You're probably that little punk dude that I was nice to yesterday, and I'm probably going to regret it, bro. Do I have to regret being polite to you yesterday? Yes, I do. You punk, go away, man. See, I was halfway nice to your sweetie pie ass yesterday because I was feeling sorry for you because you were about to cry on it because you were crying. Okay? Now, if you keep going, bro, trust me, I'm not going to be nice about you, man. Okay? Now, leave me alone, bro. I'm not interested in that crap. I already told people. Dude, you believe 120,000 people, you're an idiot. Okay? If you believe they sold 120,000 pay-per-views, you're an idiot. All right? And guess what? You deserve to be taken advantage of. See, and I'm going to be real with it. Because only person that would believe that is somebody that wants to get suckered. Since you want to get suckered, good job. There's places over there that are going to give you what you want. We live in a capitalistic society, man. If you want to believe stupidity, go ahead and believe stupidity. Because there's always going to be somebody to sell it to you, bro. Man, Terry Schmutz, stop it. You don't know anybody that bought it. Worldwide, we're the UK, in Russia. Man, come on, man. They charged in the UK, they charged $30 for that in the UK. That is more expensive than Anthony Joshua and Vladimir Klitschko. And you think that they pulled an extra $90,000 out of the UK to see a Russian fighter? Man, stop. Just stop lying. I mean, look, man, like I said, there's a reason people stay away from me. There's a reason people stay away from me. And now that I have a thorough explanation of the pay-per-views and how that works, you better definitely stay away from me. You definitely better stay away from me. Because if the contract is like Rachel Donaire said, standard, and it makes sense that you have to have a break-even point up until before you start getting paid for your pay-per-view, if you get a guarantee, that would explain why guys that are confident that they have pay-per-view, that their pay-per-views, confident that they were going to sell pay-per-views, that's why they're okay taking $1 million up front. Gervonta Davis gets $1 million up front. $1 million. And I'm acting like that's not a lot of money. That's a lot of money. 1.5 million. 1.5 million. They're happy with it. Errol Spence Jr. said, dude, I was happy with the money that I was making. Why would I want to go to make? I don't want the 25 million for a hedge fund. I don't want the 25 million from a hedge fund. I'm okay. I was okay with what I was going to make. Why would he say that? You think he's just dumb? Like, on the real. You think he's just dumb? Sir, if you sell a lot of tickets, you're fine. Hey, Deontay Wilder seemed to be okay with the back end. Didn't he? I find it really funny, man. Let me tell you what I find real interesting. You listen to guys like Jay-Z and Damon Dash, Master P. What's his other guy's name? What's the guy's name with the butts? I like big butts. I cannot lie. Him, the dude from Seattle or wherever he's from. He may be from California. What's the guy that did I like big butts, but I cannot lie? That dude. You know, the guy that talks about how he's been getting, how he's still get wealthy off of his publishing. You hear Sir Mix-a-Lot, thank you. You hear about how Michael Jackson was killed, right? Because, hold on one second. You hear that, Seattle, thank you. You hear that Michael Jackson was killed because of his publishing, right? You hear Prince talk about how music industry, how the music industry traps musicians because they give you an advance, but they count all your record sales up against the advance. But then they say that they own your likeness, in perpetuity. You hear Dave Chappelle say the same thing. You hear all of that, right? But when then somebody tells you that's true in boxing, you listen to idiots, self-interested idiots tell you that it's not the truth. You deserve to be taken advantage of. You deserve to be taken advantage of. You have Floyd Mayweather Jr., who is big thing is how much money he made, all the stuff that he did, all of that, right? That's Floyd Mayweather Jr. Floyd Mayweather Jr. talks about the back end and how he's still getting paid off the back end and all of that stuff, but now it's just make-believe. It's all make-believe. It's all make-believe. It's all make-believe. Because somebody's trying to scam you. And you want to believe the scam. Okay? Good for you. Good for you. You keep listening to people. You keep listening to people that tell you that. I was just about to mention Floyd, how he's still getting paid off the McGregor fight, and McGregor and how he's getting paid, and Bob Arum and how Bob Arum's getting paid. Bob Arum is getting paid off of every single solitary time you show a picture of Muhammad Ali. Every single solitary time you show a picture of Muhammad Ali, you replay this dude's fight, any of that stuff, Bob Arum is getting paid off that because Bob Arum owns a percentage of the publishing and the masters. When she said you own your masters, I was done. I'm like, yeah, you're right, huh? Because it's a videotape. That's how Bill Jacobs and those guys made all that money off Joe Louis and Sugar Ray Robinson and that big library of fights that they own and their families don't own. But who cares about the back end? Who cares about Errol Spence Jr., the greatest knockouts of Errol Spence Jr. being shown 20 years from now, and Errol Spence Jr.'s kids getting checks off of or Errol, because who should be around in 20 years, Errol getting checks off of that. Who cares about that? That's make-believe. Give me my money up front. That's called an annuity, man. That's called an annuity. But it's all make-believe. Sign with BLK Prime. We'll give you all your money up front. Sign with us now. Sign with Golden Boy. We'll give you all your money up front. Don't worry about all that stuff. That's all make-believe. That's all a lie. Don't worry, man. Anybody talk about publishing? What's that? Come on, man. Don't you want this car? Come on, man. Here, take this advance. Take this advance, bro. Man, I'm going to start studying entertainment law just to have fun with it. I promise you, it's not going to take me too long to figure it out. Okay? But I promise you, bro, you guys are disgusting to me, bro. You guys are disgusting to me. And I'm talking about the people in the comment sections. Y'all are, and by the way, I wish y'all would stop impersonating me. I'm going to start, every time I start hearing y'all copy me, I need publishing for you copying me. God dog, stop copying me. Hey, Lone Stranger said, morning, Fanon. Wishing you, my, and your Merry Christmas. Speaking the truth. Speak from your soul. You're right. You know what you know. Brother, let me tell you something, man. The idea that Errol Spence Jr. would tell you no to $25 million and literally say, what about the back end? And that $25 million is helping you. It's not going to help me. It's going to help you. It's not going to help me. That should have ended it right there. You have Gervonta Davis laughing at $13 million. He laughed at $13 million. He said, man, or the $10 million, he's like, dude, what you keep giving me something I'm already making? You giving me something I'm already making is what he said. He got $1 million guarantee. You think he's just lying? I'm going to tell you who's lying. Anybody says the back end is not important. Anybody that says that pay-per-view, there's no reason for pay-per-view. Anybody that tries to convince you that there is no reason for pay-per-view is lying. Pay-per-view is the back end. Are you telling me Mike Tyson didn't get no money out of his pay-per-views? Are you trying to tell me Deontay Wilder didn't get any money out of his pay-per-views? Floyd Mayweather Jr. didn't get any money out of his pay-per-views? Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua and these guys didn't get any money out of their pay-per-views? Are you serious? Are you really? How do you say that with a straight face? How do you say that with a straight face? Look, man, y'all need to stay away from my comment section so I don't have to say anything about it. Please leave my comment section alone. I read my comment section. Y'all, every day y'all come up with this, with new ridiculous things. New ridiculous things. Everybody would love a lump sum payment. Everybody would. If you give me, hey man, give me $1 billion right now, or you give me $100 million a year for 10 years. Yeah, give me the $1 billion, bro. But if you're going to give me $1 billion, right, over the course of 10 years, or you're going to give me $1 million now, give me the $1 billion over 10 years, bro. Right? If you're going to give me if I'm going to get $50 million over 10 years. Matter of fact, let me tell you the story of the guy that's saying Hakuna Matata. You remember him? You remember the kid that sung Hakuna Matata? The guy that's the kid that played Michael Jackson, that sung the song on the Lion King soundtrack. You know what his mama did? They offered him $1 million or something. I think they offered him $1 million. They said, we'll pay you $1 million, and that's what you're gonna get. We give you $1 million up front for doing the fight, for doing that album. If you don't do that, but they said, nah, it's Jason Weaver. Thank you. He said, nah, no, thank you. His mother told him, he said, his manager told him, no, don't do that. Though they keep re-releasing these things. If you take $1 million, that's all you're going to get for the rest of your life. So he took $100,000 up front, and is still getting paid off of those songs. And they said, man, I've made a lot more than $1 million off of that. But okay, hold on one second. I'm sorry, I skipped Kamal Oz on his fine Super Chat Thursday. He said, all the time, great show yesterday with Rachel Donaire. Z-Side Bud lost even more leverage with his abysmal numbers on BOK Prime. He made his bed and has to lie in it when it comes to any new negotiations. Let me tell you about that one right there. Much love in that Super Chat, bro. You can't show your worth. Did you notice what she said? In your next negotiation, they do not care how much money you got paid. They care about how much revenue you brought in. Did anybody hear her say that? I am so sick of this subject. Trust me. I wake up in the morning like, God dang, I know I'm going to have to talk about this again today. Praise God for the ability to do it and the opportunity to do it, because I do not want to be ungrateful. I do not want to be ungrateful. But if y'all think that the thought across my mind does not cut across my mind that, man, I'm going to be talking about this again today. However, now that we know boxers listen to this, dude, did you hear what she said when she talked about the problem with the Ali Act? What do you call it? The disclosure or the acknowledgement. I think it's called a what is it? A HIPAA disclosure. Let me see something. HIPAA disclosure. What do you call Oh, yeah, compliance. That's what I'm looking for. A Muhammad Ali compliance form. And how on the Muhammad Ali Act compliance form, you have to put in your revenue, right? And if you don't follow up on it, you will not have the information to give to the next promoter to tell them exactly how much revenue you generated in a fight. Mighty interesting, huh? Do you know what that means? It means it does not matter how much Bud got paid. It does not matter how much Bud got paid when you're talking about the next fight. Now, we should have known that just because of common sense. We should have known that just off common sense. That nobody really cares how much you got paid because that's cost. All that means is you cost a lot. If somebody wanted to do business with you, they prefer you don't cost very much at all. And you made a bunch. It's not attractive to cost a lot and make very little. Again, that's how you lose money, right? So what does that do? What does that do for Bud's prospects coming off that last fight? It means, bro, they don't care. They just want to know what was the gate and how many pay-per-views did you sell and at what cost and at what price? Was the price 40? She said, was the price $19.99 or was the price 80? See, these are things that you should know because they're just logical. But to say, oh, Bud is a big star, he made $12 million, but bro, if the fight only generated 2 and you paid 10, they're going to be like, nah, bro, we don't want to do bit. We don't want, that's not any type of business that we want to do. For 9, it seems like black fighters do way more pay-per-view than white fighters. So I know the pay-per-view in the back end has to be the money for the fighters. Look, man. Hold on. I'll get back to that, man. I'll lie, wheelie. Morning for 9. Keep speaking facts. Also, 6th round of Crawford fight. Did anybody notice he couldn't ball a fist like his hand wasn't in the glove? I just rewatched the fight last night. Nah, bro, I didn't look into that, man. I got real. I don't want to talk. First of all, you know what I mean. Like when they investigate that and they go through all of that, that's when I'll talk about that. I don't really want to like pile on and from what I see. He has some raggedy gloves. His gloves busted, and they need to overturn the fight, which they probably will not do, but they probably should because that's what would be fair. That's what would be fair for David Avenetian. Facts over feeling in the building. Much love in that Super Chat, brother. Thank y'all for supporting our Super Chat Thursdays, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. Came back to support. What's going on, Facts Over Feeling Boxing? So came back to support for 9. I've been studying for the CFP. What is that? What's the CFP? Keep the pressure on their necks. Boxing world needs unbiased conversations. Yeah, look, dude. Brother, look, as far as like the unbiased conversations, look, man, if you don't agree with somebody, you're going to call them biased. Whatever. Like, it's just, that's just name calling. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. Some people do not know. Some people do not know, and they know they don't know. So they're listening and they're trying, and they're a certified financial planner. Thank you, brother. That's what's up, bro. Oh, for real. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Congratulations, man. Always good to see cats trying to achieve, man. It's always good to see people trying to achieve, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Hit that like button. We got 422 in the building. And, hit that like button, bro. They're going to present a sheet from PR.com to Bud to justify his numbers. Brother, they're not interested in that. And I'm going to tell you right now. Dude, PR.com, bro. Let me see something. Watch this. PR.com costs $199 per press release. Watch this. Watch this. Let's blow up this PR.com shit real quick because I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm gonna tell you exactly why I don't believe anything coming off PR.com. Here we go. Now, you want to quote me PR.com, right? Let me tell you something right now, bro. Let me show you something right now. You want to quote PR.com to me? I'll get you, Patrick Bell. My bad, brother. Give me 1 second, Patrick Bell. Thank you for letting me know, bro. Hold on 1 second. I just want to shoot something forever, okay? I just want this out of my face. I don't want you telling me any more about it. All right? This is PR, the SMB guide, PR.com. Compare PR.com to PR Log, Newswire Today, online PR media, includes a detailed review of PR.com, pricing information, and answers to common questions. Pricing. $60 plan, the $60 plan, the $100 plan, and the $300 plan. PR.com offers easy-to-use press release distribution platform. Businesses have a choice of several affordable packages, including a completely free option. The platform does not contain a media contact database. Brother, let me tell you what you do with PR.com. What PR.com is, you write it yourself, and then you pay them $60, PR.com, $60 per release. For $60, PR.com will tell you anything you want to hear on their website. Go away from me with the PR.com. Okay? And anything that comes from PR.com. Let me go back up, brother, because I missed the super chat, bro. Leave me alone with the PR.com, bro. All right? Which one did I miss, brother? And I'm so sorry. Kamal Oz. Got Kamal Oz. Don't tell me about nothing being 120,000 on PR.com, bro. Patrick Bell in the bill say, good morning, Fanon. And chat, please hit the like button on your way in. Much love in this super chat, bro. Spare me the con jobs, okay? Spare me the con job. I could put a press release out that says that I could do this today if I want to spend $300 or $99, because all I'm going to do is re-show it to you. So if I want to spend $100, I can type it up and I can say, Terrence Crawford versus David Abanesian did 5 pay-per-view buys. And I can let them, and I can have them put it up on, I can have it put it out on their website. And then I can show you that. And then I can do a conversation, say, look, it's proven. See? That's why you've never, ever heard of an announcement being done on PR.com. When have you heard, when was the last pay-per-view where you use PR.com as a resource? Man, y'all leave me alone. Man, stop, dude. Like I said, leave me alone. No, I do not believe 120,000. No. I think that's very, very convenient. And that outlet is it's not a media outlet. That's not a news report. That is somebody telling you, just advertising something for themselves. I would use that if I wanted to have a convention or something, and I would say, hey, will you release this out to other people? But they don't even have a media contact thing on that where you can release it to the media. That doesn't even go to the media. That's what they just said the con of it was. The actual media does not get that. Man, stop that, bro. That's $60. Paid $6, and they got a free one. So I don't know. That may even be the free version. Man, stop, man. Stop trying to con people, man. All y'all, leave me alone. Anyway, Tony T said, I don't believe the 120K report no more than I believe the 5 nonsense. I believe the 5 nonsense. The numbers to all the other fights have not been released. T.O., Manny, Frank. T.O., that's not true. Teofimo Lopez, that's not true. Teofimo Lopez did 965,000 average peak viewers against yes, those numbers have been released. Manny Pacquiao, I mean, it's an exhibition fight, so how are you going to release whatever? And Frank, I don't know whether Frank Martins was released or not, but they are going to be released. Tony T, Frank, the viewership on Showtime's viewership is going to be released. You guarantee it's going to be released. Hold on, man. Okay, that doesn't come up. I don't see it, but it's going to be done. It's going to come out. Hold on. And I'm going to tell Teofimo Lopez versus, who did he fight? Mark Sandor Martin. Viewership. It did not, it averaged 951,000 viewers for Lopez Martin. Tony T, those numbers are out. And the numbers from Frank Martin fight is going to come out this week. Without a doubt, they're going to come out. So what makes Bud Card different? That it's a pay-per-view. Both of those fights are on public TV. They're gonna are on. You're gonna get those ratings from Nielsen. Come on, bro. You gotta know what you're talking about, bro. But I appreciate that super chat, bro. IBKJ said, Tio's is out now, and Michelle Rivera's is going to be out too. It's going to be like 200,000, something like that. We know what it's going to be. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be like 200,000 views. Something like that. Here, I'll tell you what the views are going to be. Here. Garcia Benavidez did 450,000. I suspect it's going to do like 200,000. 200. If you tell me it's going to do 1 million, I'm going to tell you lying. Come on, man. Look, dude, you know what people are going to do, bro. There ain't no. You want to say 15,000 for that? Okay, 15,000 for that. But man, please, like this stuff is not operating in some different universe, man. Anyway, that's enough of that stuff, man. Anyway. With all the talk about Bud lately, I still don't believe he's a draw. He's not a draw. It's just not a big draw. He's going to need to fight Errol. If he fights, he's a complimentary fighter is what he is. He's a complimentary fighter. If he's just like, he's like Sean Porter. He's like Sean Porter. Who else is a complimentary fighter? It's somebody he's somebody that Errol will do well because they're interested in that fight. The fight between Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford is a draw. The fight is big. But the only guy that is really is only attracting fans in and of himself is Errol. I mean, it's just what it is, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll see. I don't think it takes months, though. But whatever, man. They're never going to release it, bro. They already said they had the numbers. There was a press release from BLK Prime. They said they exceeded their expectations. Even though nobody wanted to fight, they exceeded their expectations. Yeah, like Shane Mosley. Shane Mosley he's a complimentary fighter. Somebody will pay to see Shane Mosley fight somebody else. You know what I mean? They'll pay for that. They're not going to pay just for him later in his career, you know? Yeah. Ugas is complimentary. They'll be interested in it because of, you know what it is. Dog, just you know what it is, man. Look, bro, it is what it is, man. It is what it is on that. The only point that I wanted to make was, as far as that stuff is concerned, is that it is very, very obvious that back end money is important and it is real. And guys are getting paid back end money if their fight does well. If you get $1 million, if you get a big guarantee and the pay-per-view does not do well, then you're not going to get back end money if you do not make, if, say, for example, let me see about, watch, Adrian Brawner, right? Adrian Brawner, Manny Pacquiao purses. And we're just going to go with the number that we know. 22.5 million. He got $2.5 million along with, what is this? A percentage of the profit, a percentage of the profits. Yes, he got a high guarantee. And he got 20, right? I don't want to do the math on that. So anyway, you get my point. You're not going to get a lot of back end if you get a high guarantee and you don't reach, you're not going to get any back end because everything that you're done, all your guarantee is counted against the other stuff, bro. Hey, bro, that's huge, man. Thank you, Slick Skip, brother. That's big, man. Thank you, man. But anyway, like I said, I'll take debates, bro. The press release might as well said 300K holds that just that much weight, brother. Just go to PR.com. Just go. It's a press release. That is public relations. That is not the media. Okay? PR.com is not a media outlet. It is a public relations outlet. Nobody reported that. Okay, those numbers. In fact, if you say, what are you going to say about the reports that he made 120? There are no reports that he made 120. There was a press release. That's not a report. That is not somebody reporting it. Unless they report that there was a press release that said this. And guess what? There is no option for the media to get that press release. Because the media might ask, hey, who released this? Anyway, forget that back end money. Here's your upfront money. Christmas, brother. Thank you, brother. So much for your support, bro. It means a ton. It means a ton. Damn, he don't even read. I'm right here. What are you talking about? Rick Slick. I'm right here, Slick. I'm right here. Hold on, brother. Rick, Slick Skip. There's no way I'm not reading. No way I'm not reading your super chat. Matter of fact, let me do it 3 times. Forget that back end money. Here's your upfront money. Merry Christmas. Thank you, brother. Forget that back end money. Here's your upfront money. Christmas. Merry Christmas. And Merry Christmas to you, bro. We good? Thank you, brother, because I'm not, trust me. Man, I ain't skipping over nothing. Man, please, I ain't doing that now. And I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much for supporting the channel, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, we're both acting like the fight don't make as much, so it might not happen. Look, man, let me be real clear here. If the fight doesn't happen, it's not happening. It's not happening because of nonsense like this. Shenanigans. I did not comment. There's a guy, dog. I'm going to tell you, man. Let me tell you. There's one guy that subscribes to my channel. I got to tell you. And he comments about me on Twitter. And I don't like what he got to say, but I will admit this. That is a very well educated. He's a very well educated and bright guy. Man, bro, I swear, man. He's a very, very well educated and very bright guy who has a point when it comes to me and me talking real bad about people. Because you know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of like, I will give somebody a tongue lashing, man. I'm not always going to be professional, man. I'm telling you, even when I had a lot of people working for me, man, my one problem was that I will not hold back. If I'm not happy with what's going on, I will tell you exactly how I am not happy about it. And I don't realize that my tongue, what I'm saying can be as harsh, right? Because I take it very seriously. So I'm giving every bit of my seriousness and emotion into it. Where other people will not do that. There'll be a lot more, they won't be a frenzied zealot, about a circumstance. I have a weakness of being a frenzied zealot. I will definitely go off on you about it. Not to be, I won't even know I'm doing it, right? But man, when this guy, he was on Twitter, he's like, man, I'm going to paraphrase what he said. Because I respect you, brother. If you listen to me, dog, I respect you. You know what I mean? I respect you. I see your game. I appreciate your game. I really do. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily agree with me, so I'm a battle with you. But it is what it is. I respect you. I do. I respect this guy. Unlike a lot of y'all clowns who straight trolls, this guy actually has a point. But he says something to the effect of, look, I don't usually like what Fanon has to say because he's just too much with it. He said because of his fierce tongue, right? Writes very well, all that good stuff. But I didn't respond, but of course I read it. So I'm like, I was like, man, but he called it ghetto shenanigans. Brother, I would never use that word ghetto shenanigans, bro, because my mama's from the ghetto. So I got cousins from the ghetto. I had all kind of cats around from the ghetto. So I wouldn't call it ghetto shenanigans. I don't like to do that. However, the phrase is apropos, okay? Because y'all are trying to run a con job on people that do not understand what it is that you're talking about. But the people that know what you're talking about are like, man, will you please stop listening to these low budget con men? Like, you're not even a high budget con man. You're a low budget con man. Stop it. You know what I mean? Stop it. Stop any notion that residuals and hey, man, I heard standing on his interview yesterday. It was clear he wasn't happy about the Spence Crawford being pushed back. A lot of guys lost money waiting on that fight. Yeah, but don't believe him, Bobo. He didn't lose any money because Showtime didn't have a budget. Don't believe that because Showtime didn't have a budget. Don't listen to what Stanionis says and what Keith Thurman said and don't listen to that. The only reason they didn't fight was because Showtime wasn't going to have any fights all year. Because remember, when they don't have the budget for Errol, Spence, and Terrence Crawford, and they don't have, what you're saying is there wasn't going to be any fights no matter what for the rest of the year. It's low budget con men. It's low budget con men. I would not say ghetto shenanigans. I just wouldn't say that because there's a lot of bright dudes. There's a lot of bright folk in the ghetto. A lot of them, okay? But there is some shenanigans that go on when you're trying to sell. Like I hear the things that people that have not had exposure and are desperate to believe something, that you can sell them. You can sell them a lot of stuff, bro. He said, nice with the smoothish sarcasm. No, they are snake oil salesmen. Bro, if you believe that the back end and pay-per-view sales and all that stuff do not matter, and they're not real, dude, you have so many people. So for you, how does all of a sudden hey, Chris Tucker said, I'll be spazzing 2 for 9. I understand. I'm really a nice person. Yeah, I'll spaz on you. I will admit that. I will spaz on you. Because hey, man, it triggers me, man. I'll spaz. I admit, I'll spaz. I do. These ghosts said these con men need to do better, bro. Oh my, they just need to leave me alone. It's too easy to point out their BS and see what they're trying to do, learn some new tricks or something. You can't. There is no learn. I'm telling you, there's no new tricks to learn other than honesty. That's the only one, bro. Royalties don't matter. Because that's pay-per-view. Pay-per-views are royalties. Pay-per-views are royalties. But it's just not there right now. Okay, guess who's getting royalties? Bob Arum. Bob Arum is getting back in money off boxing. He owns the publishing on that stuff, on your fights. So if he owns that, then why would he say that back end money doesn't matter? For now, I'm sick of this. Hold on one second, man. Let me get. Oh, my man said a Bud is ready after Errol postponed announcing his next opponent is recovering from an accident. How convenient. And Spend was no Freudian slip. He's not that clever. Big Fish versus Crawford, man down. Oh, maybe they meant that on purpose. I do believe he could have literally meant like you're going to pay me a lot of money. No, bro, I'm not paying you a lot of money, bro. I wouldn't do that. Go said Bob worth $300 million because of those royalties he been making making a killing for decades. Own your artistry, people. There's worth in ownership. No, there is no worth in ownership. No, there's not. Get your upfront money, get in and get out. Listen to the story of Frankie Lyman and the teenagers. Don't worry. They'll and don't, if you actually write the song, don't worry. Put your manager on there as the co-writer. Give them credit for writing the song. Man, come on, man. Bob loves upfront guarantees. He know that's small money. I mean, look, man. All I'm trying to tell you is, wow, bro, stop that. Hey, Brian Francis, he meant spin. He just has poor grammar. I don't know if his grammar, that was actually not bad grammar. You can spin the block just as much as you can spin the block. Let me know when you're willing to spin the block. I don't know. Maybe it was a double entendre. He did wink. Right? Anyway, he wanted to make news, is what I say. He wanted to make news. That's not for Errol Spence. That was to make news. And Errol Spence ignored it. So, gotta love it, bro. But I gotta break down this video that we did yesterday. That was so educational. Bob Arum is the snakiest of promoters. No one does it better. Wait a minute. Don King is on. No, Don King is not as bad. Is no different than Bob Arum. No. Don King was never into media manipulation. No. If Don King was better at it than Bob Arum, Don King Promotions would still be going. No. Don King actually gave people value for their money. Hey, let me tell you something, bro. If you spend 30 years behind bars, bro, I mean, dog, shut up and leave me alone. I'm not interested in your advice. Hey, Slick Skip said, is it true Bud versus Stevie Wonder in the spring? Hey, bro. Much love in that super chat. I don't think so, man. I'm looking for the Adrian Bronner fight. I'm looking for the Adrian Bronner fight, bro. I'm looking for the Adrian Bronner fight, bro. Hold on one second. I got to make sure I do this before I, zip somebody. Zip it. Zip it. Yeah, you just made it yesterday, man. Okay, yeah, whatever, brother. Whatever, 30 years behind bars, you racist. Sure, man. Here you go again, King, with a new one. Here you go with another one, bro. Here you go with another one. I'm not talking to you, King. Go away. Get a life. Anyway, spin the block means to ensure that there will be a hefty guarantee for the upcoming fight. Spin the block means spending the worth of the value of the block or the local residency. Terry Schmoot is actually not even trolling on that. Yes. Fanon is being real facetious. I am. Absolutely, positively. Very facetious. Sarcastic. All of those negative. If it's negative to you, that's what I'm being. You know what I mean? You should stop. Yeah, man, I don't know. This dude is whatever, man. Oh, man, it's 30. Yeah, that's just somebody else trying to get thrown out, want to keep talking. Nah, man, not interested in you, man. However, I will take for the fun of it, man. We in the holidays, bro. There was some cats who wanted to get on, man. Y'all know that Ninja ain't that clever. Get the hell out of here. You don't give Bud no credit, bro. Fahim Sator is a Bud hater, bro. I try to give Bud credit. I don't think he's not clever. I just think, bro, that he's just a control freak. That's what I've been looking for. He's just a control freak, man. It's not that he's not clever. He's a control freak. Maybe that's what it is. He's a control freak. He's not scared. He's a control freak. So y'all expect him to get more guarantee than Wilder and Fury? Look, bro, I don't want no guarantee is out there. Errol said he will fight for no guarantee. If Errol will fight him for no guarantee, then he has to fight Errol for no guarantee. Easy money. Errol don't want the guarantee. Now you take this 15% of the back end and make the fight. There you go. Take your 15% of the back end and keep it pushing with no guarantee. You know what I mean? They both already agreed to no guarantee. Errol said, I don't want a guarantee. That's what Errol should be. Hey, I don't want a guarantee. I don't want it. You're just going to charge me for it in the back end. I don't want it. Unless you're going to pay me. Hey, give me $500,000 so I can pay for my camp. So I can cover my camp costs. Sure. Give me enough money to pay my employees. 1.5 million should be more than enough for me to get Derek James a paycheck, to pay for my sparring partners, to get my father a paycheck, who I get is in his camp. So maybe other dudes who may be in his camp, right? Those 4 guys that are always around him, because there's 4. There's old boy whose name shall remain nameless in this, but you always see him there. There's his dad. There's Derek James, and there's he. 4 people that you see around him. 4. So since there's 4 people that are around him, $1 million is enough to pay his trainer, right? Is to pay his father, to pay his partner. Actually, has 3 people around him. There you go. There's my 1.5. So yeah, I'll pay that up front. You can take that out of here because I don't want to have to come out of my pocket. I don't want to have to pay. I don't want to have to come out of my pocket to do that. Mr. Eurodollar said, according to a certain source, Bud versus Bum did 120K pay-per-views. What do you think about that? Love to hear your opinion. Well, Mr. Eurodollars, I don't want to have to do this again, but let me tell you, the source is PR.com. Okay? The source, KO Boxing breaking news, said, Merry Christmas. Thanks for all your hard work. No worries, brother. Thank you, man, for the support. For the hard work. Because this is hard work. This is hard work. I swear this is hard work. Because you got to shed all kind of instincts to do this. Like, man, I don't really want to start no arguments with nobody. I don't really want to make it seem like I'm calling nobody else a liar. I don't want to hear all of the trolls that are come by the channel and say all this stuff about how I have an obsession with Bud, and all that stuff gets old, man. But at the same time, when y'all are literally trying to push on young, impressionable people the ideas that are stupid, I gotta push through. I'll get up out of the bed with my very lovely wife, bro. Like, I'm gonna tell you, man. If y'all can say what y'all want about me, bro, but when I was a young man, I was lucky enough to stumble upon a dime piece, bro, that actually wanted to have my kids and take my name. So I still remember, even during my downest and down times, I could look across the room and I could be like, well, you got something in your life. So this morning, I was chilling with my wife, man. Chilling with my wife. We in a good place too. No nag, nothing, just in a good place in our marriage. And I thought to myself, man, I don't want to get out here and talk about this today. And then I thought to myself, man, you're the luckiest man in the world to be able to talk about this today. Get your ass up and go talk about this today. You know what I mean? So it is hard work, bro. Thank you, KO Boxing. It is the grind, bro. It is that's the grind. However, knowing that you can do what I'm about to do right now is fun. Because here you go again. I will answer the question that man just left after I get this super chat right yonder. That said, what do I think of it? I'm going to tell you what I think of it. Lamar Jones, salute to you, brother. Much love in that super chat, bro. I will blow this all the way up if you do not mind. Much love in that super chat. Thank you, brother, so much for your support, bro. Thank you so much for your support. And let me check the cash apps, brother, because sometimes y'all supporting the cash apps. And hold on 1 second, bro. Oh, Snap Burger. What's this? Oh, wow. $100 for Christmas. Somebody, my mama, I can't do that. I got to do this. Man, big 100 in the cash app for Merry Christmas from my mama. My mama, who I got to get his money back to. Because big hundo in the cash app for Merry Christmas from my mother. Thank you, mama. Thank you, mama. Thank you, mama. Thank you. And yesterday at the end of the live stream, Cal L. Coolit with the big 50 in the cash app said, great conversation today. Appreciate it. Thank you, Cal L. Coolit. Let me give you that gong, Cal L. Coolit. Much love in that super chat, Cal L. Coolit. Thank you, brother. All right. So let me break this down and completely annihilate this whole report. Okay? Here you go. Hold on. We'll go through it. This is the report. You ready? So let me go ahead and absolutely destroy this one. Here you go. I'm going to do it in a two-step process. What do I think about the reports? Let me tell you what I think about that report. Hold on. I'm telling you, man, cheap con men, bro. All right, this is the report. Terrence Crawford versus David Avanesian does 120K pay-per-view buys with Chris Cyborg as co-main event. Terrence Crawford returns to boxing ring, blah, 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 blah. Now look what I'm going to tell you what I'm going to look for. I'm going to look for who is saying it. Los Angeles, California, PR.com. Terrence Crawford proved, blah, blah, blah. They didn't say who says it. With 14,360 tickets sold, so it didn't sell 18,000 according to them. It sold 14,000, and it was very specific. Blah, 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 blah. Now watch this. With over 120, that is marketing language right there. With over 120,000 global pay-per-view buys, is considered a commercial success. It is considered by who? A commercial success for upstart BLK Prime, who had strong competition last against the UFC paper, blah, 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 blah. Chris Cyborg, blah, 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 blah. Nothing in there about who said it. Right? Both Terrence Crawford signed one-fight agreements, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it doesn't say who said it. It just says contact Boxing Talents, Janet Melendez, 60202. So this is the report that you're talking about, right? So do you know who's reporting this? PR.com is reporting this. What is PR.com? Distribute your news everywhere. Reach millions of online and via traditional media. Boost your business, improve your brand, gain exposure. This is not a news agency. This is a public relations. This is public relations. Okay? So this is not released. This is, and now notice BLK Prime, it didn't say BLK Prime is reporting it. It didn't say who is reporting it. Anybody could have done this. But let's go to how you get them to do it. Let's go back. So do I believe this? No. I believe this is a public relations. This is not news. This is to gain exposure, brand awareness, not to distribute your news or to report news, to report facts. That is not what PR.com does. PR.com will tell you anything you want them to tell you for a price. Let's see what the price is that they charged whoever it was paid for them to do this. Pricing. PR.com, $60. You have a free version, you have a $100 version, and you have a $300 version. Right? You can have it distributed to search engines like Google. So for $60, you get it on PR.com. On news sites, you get it on news sites like Yahoo, RS distributor, end user, blah, 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 blah. Document sharing starts. Industry distribution channels, you get 10 of them. Social media distribution and features. Now look, you do not, for the $60, right? Go through this. Associated Press and top media outlets. Since you didn't get it from them, you know you did not pay the $300 because it's not out there with anybody else. Whoever did this did not pay $300 for that because it was not on Associated Press and top media outlets. It was not with the AP News. Enhanced editorial proofreading. It was not because there were spelling errors in it. Okay? If you go back to it, you'll notice that they didn't put the verses in there. So they did not have the feature of enhanced editorial proofreading. They did not have voice distribution network, same-day distribution. See what I'm telling you? So what do I think about that report? I think somebody paid for it. And what I think they paid for it was about I think they paid $60 for it. I think somebody came off $60 to put that out there. You know what that's like? It's like buying YouTube views or buying subscribers or buying it's nothing different than buying Instagram followers. If I decide to spend $3,000 today, I can have 100,000 Instagram followers by the end of the night. Does that mean 100,000 people went and watched my stuff and I really have those? No, I paid for it, right? And if you look at the different sites that sell those things, it looks just like PR.com. That thing is no different than buying views on YouTube or buying views on Instagram. So do I believe something that they put out? Not because they put it out, because I can lie. As you see, if I pay $60, I can write something up and have it out tomorrow. And do they cite a source? Do they cite their source? No. Do they say we got this from BLK Prime reports? No. So somebody that wasn't even BLK Prime could have put that up there. They could have paid somebody to type it or typed it themselves and put it up there. And when they put it up there, now everybody has it and you start reporting on it so that you can send you to say, well, they said 120. The only thing I know for sure is it's not 120 because I saw it up on PR.com. Next con job, please. Next con job, please. Anybody else want to come with 120,000? And should you believe it? And are they going to believe these reports? Hell no. I don't believe that. No, I don't believe that. Because it's not a news report. It's not a news report. It is no different than somebody paying somebody to make a YouTube video saying it and citing a mystery source. There's no difference. Stone Alone, Big Keith, much love in that super chat, bro. Says Stone Alone, John Boy, Terry Schmoot, Slick Skip, Key 215, Lone Star Steph, Jeff Campbell, Sean Clark, Soda Black, DH, and all the Fanon International family. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to my people. Thank you, brother, man. Thank you for that support, and thank y'all for the good wishes for everybody out there, bro. This is ridiculous. What's ridiculous? What's ridiculous? Hey, you got to tell me what's ridiculous. That's ridiculous for me to say that? These people think they can trick college. Oh, there you go. That's you. You saying people think they can trick college-educated business professionals. Meanwhile, they can't even form a correct sentence. Bro, yes, people buy YouTube views. Yes, they buy YouTube views. They buy YouTube subscribers. You can buy all that stuff. You can buy all that stuff. Bro, you can buy viewers for your live stream. If I wanted to buy and say that there was 5,000 people in this live stream, brother, I could do it. All I got to do is wake up. All I got to do is the night before. All I got to do is go to multiple sites that will do that. Man, you kidding me? People buy subscribers all the time. Why you think people got 400,000 subscribers and they only got like 10,000 people watching their videos? How does that work? How do you have 500,000 subscribers and you only have 2,000 people watching your videos? You either had a one or two explanation for that. You either had a viral video that did like 15 million views and a bunch of people subscribed, or you bought your viewers, or you bought your subscribers. Fanon be reaching? What's the reach? Let me see. Hayes Dollar. Let me see. RuPaul got a new name. RuPaul got a new name, people. Fanon be reaching. Man, you guys are terrible, bro. Let me tell you something. The more I'm reaching for your neck is what I'm reaching for, bro. I know what I'm reaching for, all right. Let me see what this is. I'm reaching, all right. I'm reaching for your neck. I'm reaching for your neck. Kidding me? Whatever, bro. So how do you think a video has 175 million views and they are no names? Look, bro, I'm telling you that there are people that do not buy views. There are people that buy views. There are people that buy Instagram followers and some people that do not buy Instagram followers. PR.com is not a news report. That's not a news report. It is a press release. It is a press release. That's not news, that's a press release. If I put a press release out and I said Fanon International Boxing just got a $1 billion donation from a viewer, and we are the number one channel for ice skating on YouTube. And I put that, and then I show you that, and I say, look, it says it right there. Right? That's PR.com. This forces BLK Prime to release the actual numbers. The IRS is watching. Dumb gamble on Buzz behalf. Look, bro, I'm telling you, man, like I said, I could do that. For $60, I could do that. Cost benefit, I could do that. If you do a cost benefit analysis on it, I could do that. Because look, man, Slick Skip, much love in that super chat. Think about this. Think about this. Facts. Think about this. Say, for example, I wanted to do that. I'm going to do this. Say I wanted everybody to believe, that I wanted everybody to believe that Errol, that Deontay Wilder and Robert Helenius did 600,000 pay-per-view buys, right? Just think about this. I want them to do that. Now, Slick Skip, as you saw, 215 said it's a PR stunt and trash, a.k.a. trash and inaccurate. Much love in the super chat. Only one correction on that. But I don't want to give it to you. Because it's a press release does not make it inaccurate. I can't tell you whether that's inaccurate or not. All I can tell you that it is not news. I do not have any reason to believe that it is true. That is not a news report. That is not a media report. That is a public relations report. And I've been telling you, these guys are not the media. They are public relations. They are not engaged in journalism. They are engaged in public relations. There is a difference between journalism and public relations. However, there is something called truth in advertising, and you should not, and it's unethical to confuse journalism to purposely can present yourself as a journalist if you are engaged in public relations. And that is what will get you fired by a media outlet who says that they are engaging in journalism. It's not journalism. It is media relations or and that right there is media relations. That right there is media relations. When you do a press release, that is media relations. This nigga still having that breakdown, bro. He said, F it, but watch. Let me do the math on you for it, bro. Not conjecture. Conjecture's you guessing, bro. No, not conjecture. Look, watch what you could do. If I said, I want to go back to the example that I used. Alex, hey, man. Alexis Robinson, man. Thank you so much for the support. Say, good morning, OG. Little Super Chat Thursday. Thank you, brother. Little Super Chat Thursday. Much love in that Super Chat, bro. Fanon, besides let me get to this, then I'll get to that. I could do this. I would not do this, but I could do this. See, did you notice that say Slick Skip donated $50 for this chat, right? And three other people donated $20 to support the channel, right? So say you got that's five, what is that? 50, 20, 20, 20, it's $110, right? That's $110 right there in support for the channel. Correct? My mama tipped a hat at $100, right? So minus taxes, say I make $120, say I wind up making $150 for the chat, right? Now watch this. If I pay $60 to PR.com in order to do this live stream, I've invested $60, I made $120, I got my money back plus $60. And if it's a real hot topic, say, man, everybody gets excited. It's a real big super chat, one of them big ones, like the Rise podcast gets, right? Like, say it's like one of them things that the Rise podcast gets, where they just drop that money on them for hour after hour after hour after hour, so much you can't even put a comment in the comment section. You know how the Rise podcast do it, like them, while I'm pocket watching them. Dude, they could do that and it only cost them $60. Are you kidding me? Why not? $60 to get everybody to come in and talk about that. You just pay for the press release yourself, and you get your money back right away. Nah, bro, I'm busting game, bro. Media J official said, J Lex official said, media relations, public relations are usually tired, biased for a cause or agendas, as opposed to actual journalists and reporters who have to tread softly on what they say. Yeah, bro. Yes, bro. Hey, Slick Skip said, somebody say Slick Skip. Much love in that super chat for Slick Skip. And much love again in that super chat for my guy, Alexis Robinson, bro. Come on, man. Look, man. Free game. You don't have to pay for game, bro. You don't have to pay for game, bro. You just got to think. Game don't cost no money, bro. You just got to think. You just got to think. So back to that. Do I believe that? I feel like it's only right to super chat if you're eating up the content. Hey, man, I appreciate you, Alexis Robinson. I appreciate it. You can't do it without the support. That is for real. Cannot do it without the support. And look, bro, I be listening to y'all cats. Y'all bite off me something fierce, man. My God. Like, bro, I listened to somebody the other day, and I was like, man, you sound just like me. I don't watch live streams like that, bro, but it only took like 4 minutes. I was like, man, what are you doing, a personal impersonation or something? Like, wow, man, really? Man, yeah, like I said, bro, even at 12, at 120,000, they still shot his uck. That fight lost money, bro. Yeah, exactly. Even at that number, but that nowhere near that number. We back to the 5, bro. If you also, hey, Fanon, you hear Jamal Charlo call out Munguia again? Yeah, he can call until he's purple in the face. He ain't fighting him. He can call that man out till he's purple in the face, bro. He ain't gonna fight him. You know what I'm saying? Until he's purple in the face. Terry Schmoot in the building. Much love in that super chat, brother. Oh, he said, hey, oh no, sorry, that's the Rise podcast. The man said, extra cup of coffee on the Rise podcast with that big shiny 10. Them dudes break, bro. Hey, man, y'all need to support the Rise podcast, bro. No joke. Rise podcast, we doing it. This man spends hours doing research and put up. This man spends hours doing research and put up 2 to 3 videos a day. Hey, bro, no doubt it's fun to me. Thank you, Alexis Robinson. I appreciate you, brother. Hey, man, thank you. It means a lot, man. Thank you. But we battling narratives, bro. I'm in the long haul for the debate, bro. I'm in the long haul for this debate. That's what I am. I understand the game, bro. I understand the game. I've been watching. I've been paying attention. I understand what y'all are doing. So just so you know, I know what you're doing. So I'm in here for the long haul. I decided, no doubt, you guys want to debate over the course of a year. If this comes out, change the story, change it to this. If this happens, change your story, change it to that. If this happens, take a pause, switch sides when you really don't switch sides, then switch back to sides, change stories here, there. Oh my God, man, style, man. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go for the long haul, bro. Trust me, you're not going to, nobody's changing no narratives around here. Hey, all the tricks, I'm pulling out the tricks. Just like I said, the fallacies. That is public relations and media relations is not journalism. It is not that. Okay? It is not that. So that's quite a feat. Nearly 50 wins and no one of note. Who is that? Oh, Munguia. Oh, yeah, Munguia. I've been telling you about Munguia for a long time. Control both sides of the narrative so you can come out on top. Bro, let me tell you what people do. Bro, I've been sitting here. I'm going to tell you what people do. They ride the wave. If Errol Spence Jr., this is my personal belief. If Errol Spence Jr. did not have a big fan base, they would treat him like they treat Jamal Charlo. The problem is that Errol Spence Jr. has a big fan base. So you can't put it on Errol Spence Jr. When they used to try to put it on Errol. They used to put it on Errol. But now they can't put it on Errol because if you can't put it on Errol, then all you're stuck with is Terrence Crawford fans. So you got to say things like, it's the PBC. It's Al Heyman. It's not Errol. I know Errol would fight. It's just everybody around Errol. It's just everybody around Errol. It's not Errol. It's just everybody on his team. It's not Errol. It's just everybody that works for him. It's not Errol. Terrence Crawford didn't lie. They were never going to fight this year. Even though we just reported they were going to fight this year. Hey, they were going to fight this year. They're going to fight November 16th, November 19th, October 16th. That's when they're going to fight. We know that's when they're going to fight. Terrence Crawford accepted everything. They were never going to fight this year. You know, they were never going to fight this year. Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s cap. Floyd's cap when he said that date's not right. Floyd's cap. Floyd just hating. Floyd ain't controlling nothing. Then when it don't happen, you heard Floyd said it was never going to happen. Man, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. Man, I'm down with both sides. Man, I'm cool with Errol. I'm cool with Terrence. I'm cool with everybody. Yeah, whatever, bro. Well, what is the truth of the matter? What is the truth of the matter? What's the truth of the matter? What we know for sure is Terrence Crawford turned down that fight and took another one against a tin can. And the fight flopped. And it lost money for sure. If what you say is true about this ridiculous payday, all that did was it didn't help his value at all. It may have helped his bank account, which is not my business, but it didn't increase the value of the fight. It decreased the value of the fight. It decreased his value. Because now when they say, how much money did you earn in your last fight? So we can talk about what split and what we're going to do and how much we want to invest. It ain't like you got another investor. BLK Prime is not about to invest in a Showtime card. What are they going to get? Re-airing rights? They're going to get re-airing rights? They're going to get the right to sell the pay-per-view on BLK Prime at the same time it's on Showtime? And what are they going to pay for that right? And the replay. But you don't want the publishing. You want to give them the publishing. Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford fight, you want them to get the publishing. Now pay attention to this. Watch this. Is Errol Spence Jr. Terrence Crawford? I'm asking you honestly, to all of my detractors, is Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford the type of fight that people may be talking about in 30 years? It is. It's a huge fight. So you want Errol and Showtime and the PBC to give up all their residuals for the fight, to send it to BLK Prime so that then they can sell it off to somebody else. Right? Because now they do have value in the residuals of that fight with Terrence Crawford and David Avenetian. You think they're going to give that away to them? How much are they going to be charging you for you to get the residuals on the fight? For every time that there's something paid, something's played that you get paid and not them. Bro, I don't see that happening, man. I just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. I see a long con going on here. A long con. Smoot, Rise, Jeff C, Zenith 360, John Bowie, Fahim, and Kid the Great, H-Town 713. Much love in that super chat, bro. Alexis Robinson back in that super chat said, who wins? Charlo versus Boo Boo. I also think that Errol Spence Jr. is going to corner Bud so that he has to fight him, or Boots. Nobody want to see Munguia. I want to see Munguia and Jermall Charlo. I do. I think Jermall Charlo deserves a fight like that. I think he does. Who wins Charlo Boo Boo? I don't know. 50-50 fight. May lean towards Boo Boo. I lean a little bit towards Demetrius Andrade in that fight. Demetrius Andrade is such a slick fighter, bro. Very, very tough. I lean towards Demetrius Andrade. Demetrius Andrade is nasty with it. Jermell Charles nasty with it too. But so it's really close fight. May lean a little bit towards Demetrius Andrade in that fight. Do you think EJ is going to corner Bud? Also, no, I don't think he's going to corner Bud. I don't. I think I think Bud is going to try to run a game again. He's going to take another fight in short order with David Avenetian. And I think with not David Avenetian, but with somebody else, a David Avenetian level fighter, something like that. Because the reason's going to be that Errol Spence Jr. is ducking him. Because Errol's going to fight Keith Thurman. There you go. Errol's going to fight Keith Thurman. So, of course, they can't wait. They got to fight before the end of the year. So say Errol fights him in June, the latest portion of that. Then, okay, we're going to go into negotiations and, hey, I want this and I want that and I did this amount of pay-per-views and we did that. All of that stuff's going to go to the end of the year, at which point in time, Terrence Crawford's going to take a fight with somebody else because they just couldn't get to the money and waste Errol's time like he did last time. And why do I say that? Because, brother, if somebody runs a play, you got to prepare for the play. That's like, what do you think? You hand the ball to Shaq, what you think Shaq's going to do? I think Shaq's going to do a little shimmy and a little floater. or if you're not near him, Shaq's going to dunk on you. What do you think Steph Curry's going to do this game? Shoot a lot of threes? That's what I think. Shoot a lot of threes. What do you think the Bears are going to do? Run the ball? You know what I mean? That's to say, that's a play, bro. So, Fanan, the content here is sobering, my man. Some of the stuff that's around on social media is toxic waste, bro. Keep purifying the water, brother. No problem, brother. I will. I appreciate it because it's easy. It's easy. It's easy. I believe he's going to do what he did in the past. My son, it's like my son. If my son walks up to me with a smile on his face, the first thing that I tell my son is no. No joke. As soon as I do two things. When my daughter walks up to me and looks and smiles, I say yes. And she's like, Daddy, I didn't even say what I wanted. I didn't even say it. Yeah, whatever it is, baby, is going to be yes. So can you get around to whatever I'm saying yes to? When my son says it, when he looks at me, when my son looks at me, I say no. And he said, man, what do you want? And then eventually I'll probably turn around and say yes. But I just do it to make him be like, bro, I know you're about to ask me for something. I'm okay. I know. What? Don't try to fleece me. You know what I mean? Don't try to give me no PR.com reports about your grades. Brother, I gotta feed to your grades. I don't need no PR report to your grades. PR.com. I don't need no PR.com reports flying at me. You know, hey, that man said the Bears are going to get their QB kill. I saw that, bro. Hey, man, Spence actually passed over mandatories for titles. That's a huge difference in ducking mandatories. Bro, he didn't duck no mandatories. I don't understand. Whatever, brother. Y'all keep trying to find a way to ride that fence. Y'all keep engaging yourself in public relations, in media relations, bro, because media relations and public relations pays better than two-bit journalism. It really does. Said, now you're biting me the same way with the children. I said, now you biting me. I'm the same way with the children. Yeah, dude, I do it right away. I just say, yep, what do you want, baby? Yes. I really don't have a question to my daughter if it's not ridiculous, but whatever, you know. Oh, okay, now, okay, that's what's up. Anyway, you get my point, man. You get my point, man. Bud doesn't have a mandatory. He's going to be asked. He's not going to get his own. Oh, Connor Ben is probably going to be his mandatory, bro. Maybe he'll go fight. Maybe oh God. I don't even want to say it. Let me leave it alone. Let me leave it alone, bro. Hey, man, I'm gonna put a link in the chat, man. Some of y'all may want to talk, but who's Bud's mandatory? Bud ain't got no mandatory yet. They have not. It's not going to be due till I think April or May. So April or May, we'll see what the WBO does. If they let out Connor Ben, it's more than likely going to be Connor Ben now because of the interim title that Jaron Ennis is fighting for. Man, no interim title, bro. No interim title. I wish he would turn down that interim title so he can go get that Bud fight, bro. Because you'll be the mandatory. You'll be the mandatory. For now, what's up with the breakdown of yesterday's convo with Rachel? I pretty much did it. All y'all are lying and don't know what y'all talking about with guarantees. Here's my breakdown of what I learned yesterday. You all don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. It is perfectly reasonable not to have a guarantee. Absolutely, positively is. And on top of that, it's smart not to, if you can avoid it. Also, you do not need approval. Also, you don't need transparency. Also, you should not have transparency. All of the above. All of the above. That's the summary. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. Number one. Number two, you do not need, or excuse me, Everybody gets paid out of the net. Everybody gets paid out of the net. Everybody gets paid out of the net, bro. When you talking about I need transparency because I'm paid out of the net, bro. Everybody gets paid out of the net, and everybody gets transparency. Y'all been bumping your lips. Man, let me tell you something. I am not a boxing manager, I'm not a boxing manager, I do have a business background, and I do have a legal background. Both, I've got a business background. I got a boxing background. I don't have a boxing. I mean, in the sense that I'm a boxing fan, but I got a legal background and I got a business background, right? So what I did was is I literally was not caring what she was saying to y'all. I was caring about her getting every bit of information, all the context that I needed for what I already knew. I needed the context. I needed reference points. So, for example, Bud is saying that he needed transparency, is lying his ass off. Hey, bro, he's lying. You know why he's lying? Because he is signed. He, in his fights, have signed that Ali Act disclosure form. Compliance form. Bud Crawford has signed Muhammad Ali Act disclosure forms. Bud is lying. Right there. You're lying. You want to know where all the revenue's coming from? Don't you have to sign that every fight? You're lying. Somebody debate me. Association of Boxing Commissions. As per the Muhammad Ali Act, each commission must present to every professional boxer. Oh, that's a medical disclosure upon. Hey, anyway, yeah. If what she said is true, giving you your flowers, Fanon, these people that represent BLK Prime keep talking about negotiating for Bud, pure PR and scamming to get a piece. Oh, they want a piece for sure. Of course they do. They're getting paid out of it. So give me and we want the upfront money. Why? Because you get a cut of the upfront money. Right? Much love in that super chat. So, number one, Bud is telling the story. Errol saying that you're asking for something you already had is telling the truth. And why is that? Because it has been confirmed by the manager of a multi-time 4-division world champion. How many championships? Let me ask you a question. How many championship weight divisions has Terrence Crawford won belts in? 4, right? Or 3, right? Nonito Donaire has won them in 5. 4, 5, or 4. Yeah, he's won it in 3. Nonito Donaire has won them in 4, right? So we know Nonito Donaire has been a WBC champion. We know this, right? We also know that I do believe he's a WBA champion. So You know he has fought in the United States. You know that he is, but hey, let me tell you, Starborn, not today, bro. Sit on this L, Starborn. Sit on this L. Sit on this L, because I didn't bring this up. So you know, say, look, Zenith 3 Critics said, what's crazy is Stephen Espinoza said they gave him a written promise of transparency in addition to the Muhammad Ali Act disclosure. Right, so he gave him the same thing twice. Hey, bro, I'm not interested in you today, bro. I'm going to time you out, Starborn. I'm not, nah, bro. I got to time you out, bro. 5 minutes, bro. I'm not trying to hear that. That's distracting. You're trying to distract me off this slaughter about to go on. Okay, so we had an interview yesterday with you know, because I'm a boxing insider. You know what I'm saying? I'm a boxing insider today. I got sources. You know me, I got sources. I got inside sources. I know what happened with the gloves. Well, I know what happened with the gloves with Monster Inoue, and how Steve Fulton Jr. better be real careful if he goes over there so they don't tear your gloves up. They don't take your gloves and stab the stuffing out of them so you can't fight with them. Or they don't ban your cornermen from coming into the ring. So they don't say, oh, nah, you can't have anybody warm you up. You better fight Monster Inoue in the United States of America. If you go to Japan, they are going to scam you. Guess who told me that? Inside sources. Live on this channel. I don't even like inside sources, bro. Seriously. I like to be able to mop y'all with just no inside sources. You know what I'm saying? I like to be able to mop y'all just off logic. Keeps me sharp. You know what I'm saying? Keeps me sharp. Hey, Bud Scared, take that L. What's up with that super chat, Starborn? But anyway, bro, you can't. None of that today, bro. None of that. None of that for the next 5 minutes. I'm gonna finish this roast. I'm gonna finish this inside source roast. I spoke to the manager of a multiple-time world champion who goes by the name of Rachel Donaire, who has negotiated deals with Bob Arum, has negotiated deals with the PBC, has negotiated deals with Richard Schaefer, has negotiated deals with Mexican promoters, Japanese promoters. She is a recognized expert in the field. If you doubt me, you know you're lying. Can somebody tell me if I'm lying or not? I need to know if my sources are fake. My sources ain't fake. So you know I got inside sources, right? You know I got inside sources, right? You know I do, right? You know me. I got them inside sources. I don't even like inside sources because I want to whoop you just off common sense. I just want to whoop you off common sense or logic. You good on her name now. Yeah, I got it. Rachel. I said it a bunch of times. Rachel. Got it. Rachel. Mrs. Donaire. So, bingo. And I knew the questions to ask. Believe it. I knew the questions to ask. So let's break it down, bro. Let's break it down. Number one, let's talk about transparency. He already had it, and he knew he already had it. Bud had it, and he knew he had it. He had it, and he knew he had it. And why would I say that? Because Rachel Donaire confirmed that there is a piece of paper that he has to sign that has the numbers on it. Some of them says to be determined if they don't know, but guess what? You have the right to go and get that thing filled in. So he knew all he needed to do was take that form and then give it back and give it to Al Heyman and have him fill those numbers out. So he knew that, right? Because he has to sign them for 38. How many fights? He had to sign it this week with David Abination. He had to sign it with Sean Porter. He had to sign it with Amir Khan. He had to sign it with David Benavidez. He had to sign it with Jeff Horn. He had to sign it. He had to sign it with Yuriokas Gamboa. He had to sell it. He had to sign it with Hank Lundy. I know of at least 30 times that he had to sign that and know that he had to know what the revenue was. What's the revenue? So there goes your transparency about the revenue stuff. Already knew. Then I say, hey, what about approval? She says, no. First and foremost, you don't need approval. And you don't even want approval. Don't need approval, don't want approval. You don't need approval, and you don't want approval. Why? See, I already knew this, but I needed to ask the questions to see. And you know what? I was actually like, wow, okay, that is something that she's dealt with before. Of course, you give it a ceiling and a percentage. Did you see the little negotiation we had? Watch. See, this is why I love it. Was so good. I said, hey, and this is a negotiation. I said, Rachel, manager of Nonito Donaire, Team Donaire, if I was the other promoter and you were concerned about the cost, would you be okay with this? Follow me, kids. Nah, bro, it's very necessary. It's very necessary. We sticking a knife in it. And my daddy taught me you kill gnats with hammers. Zenith 360. You kill gnats with hammers. You don't use a fly swatter. You get a hammer. Because if you hit it with a hammer, it ain't getting up. That's what my daddy said. That's what I was taught. That's what my mentor taught me. You kill, he says, flies. This is more of a gnat. This is more of a gnat. Yes, it was on yesterday's live. The last hour and a half of that live. You can go to like the last half hour of that live. But there ain't no need to go to the live. Let me explain it to you. Okay? Because like I said, that's just like me. Bud said I need to see how y'all spending money. Y'all need to how y'all spending money. Much love in that super chat. Now watch this. On to that. Much love in the super chat. Back onto that. No, you don't need to see how they're spending money. You need to know how much money they can spend. We're going to go on a percentage with a ceiling. I'm so rusty. Probably because she's dealing with government contracts. I was so rusty. So rusty. But I asked her a question, right? Little mock negotiation. Hey, if you were nervous about how much money I was spending, wouldn't you just agree? Couldn't we just agree to like 10% is going to be the cost? And you know what she said? She said, no, I wouldn't agree to that. That's too high. What I would do is I would say, How about we agree? I want to know the specific amount. What is the total cost? And you can show it to me in buckets, but you put a ceiling on it. So no, not 10%. I may say, how about a ceiling of 8%? And then you actually tell me what the cost is. But you can justify it in buckets. You do not need, I don't need an itemized list of marketing. And in fact, there's some, you can't tell me on top of it, you cannot tell me, you cannot know how much I spend for the fighters. If I have a fighter that I'm putting on my undercard, I'm not going to let Bud Crawford know how much money I'm paying the undercard fighter and what my deal is with the undercard fighter, because Bud may say, no, I don't want him on the fight card, or no, pay him less money. I want more of his purse. And then you lose fighters on the fight card. Dude, she completely bashed all of your dumb arguments, is what she did. Completely bashed all of your, can I say it without offending anybody who may be from the ghetto, live in the ghetto, none of that. I don't want to offend you. But since my hoity-toity equal, because, bro, like I say, I'll only debate my equals. Everybody else I'll teach. I'll consider this dude my equal from what I can see. Somewhere close to it anyway. I don't want to hear your ghetto shenanigans, bro. Dog, leave me alone with them shenanigans, man. I swear, bro, when he said that, dog, I was like, man, come on, man. You're not supposed to say that, man. That's how they talk. Hey, dude, that's how they talk. That's how they talk in like, that's like how they talk in like Howard Business School. That's something they would say, man. Like, I ain't interested in all that ghetto shenanigans, bro. Look, you ain't about to con me out my money, bro. By telling me that publishing ain't important, that the back end ain't important. Yeah, come sign with BLK Prime. We're gonna give you a stack of dough up front. And don't worry about the back end. The back end ain't real. If the back end ain't real, why don't you give me all of it then? If the back end ain't real, then how about you give me all of it? Since it ain't real. Since it don't matter, shouldn't matter to you, right? How about you give me the guarantee and you give me the back end? Since it don't matter. Boy, y'all stop with them shenanigans. Hey, man. I wish y'all could have seen, man. Man, dude, seriously, I like you, bro. I can't lie, bro. I know you listening, brother. Man, dog, seriously, man. Man, when that man said ghetto shenanigans, I wanted to cry, bro. I was rolling, man. Because, dude, there's no better way to encapsulate that, man. Like, for real. There's no way that you will tell that to anybody that you actually have any respect for. Like, dude, if I tried to tell, I could not imagine saying that to anybody that I had any respect for. Man, I swear, bro, that is like, reminds me of this dude. I swear I was in DC one time, bro. I was in DC one time, right? And this guy was talking to me, man, trying to convince me to do something. And all of a sudden he started talking like, because I asked a couple questions, right? I asked a couple questions. And he started talking like this. I was like, man, what? He said, I was like, hold on, man. What? This man said one more time. But he said it real soft. Like, I was like, man, what is this? What are you doing, bro? Why are you whispering rubbish? Why are you whispering that at me? Let me tell you why he was doing that to me. He didn't want to answer my question. So he learned a technique where if you whisper and just say nonsense, they'll stop asking the question. No joke. If you whisper and you don't say anything, they will stop. They will not answer the question. And he thought by whispering and whispering rubbish, just literally. But I swear to God, too. I swear. Scout's honor, Noose, I swear he did this to me. I was like, man, seriously. Dude, are you going to answer my question or what, man? Like, for real. I'm not going to stop asking. I'm not going to. Let me get this right, bro. Hold on, man. I messed up my focus on my camera, man. Is the camera going to focus or what? Come on, there you go. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, man, no joke, bro. Sound like a Nigerian speed reader. Hey, bro, I'm just trying to tell you, bro. So anyway, they will do that, man. That's what as soon as I thought, I was like, man, he wound up going to jail, right? So the dude winds up going to jail for fraud. Maybe like a year and a half later, bro, they put him in jail for fraud. He may have spent like 4 or 5 more years in jail for fraud, something like that, right? But you're basic, street level hustler. Your basic street level hustler. Bro, you cannot run that, brother. You cannot run that on Brother, you cannot run that on everybody, man. You can't run that on everybody, man. You may be able to run that, bro. I used to consult. I used to add let me on what do you call it? Pro bono. I lived in Kansas City, and I would do this pro bono because people would ask me, what do I need to do to start my business? What do I need to do? And I would never charge them. Right? I'm not going to charge you to tell you what you should do with your business, how to start a business. I'll tell you this. You need to find a customer. How do you start a business? You find a customer to buy something that you can do. That anybody tells you anything other than that when you say, how do you start a business? You start a business by finding a customer that will buy something that you're good at doing. If you're good at cleaning houses, find somebody that will pay you to clean their house. That's how you start the business right away. It's not about it's not about going to the state and filling out articles in corporation and going to the IRS and getting your EIN number and getting a credit card, taking out a credit card so you can start a bank account. All that crap is a ticket to going broke. The number one rule is you're in business to make money. So why would anybody tell you that the first step in starting a business to make money is to go in debt? Don't trust them. First and foremost, right? Now, that's common sense, right? It would appear to most people that that's common sense. That should be common sense. But when people want to sell you that, when they really just want your money, they're going to go tell you to go do something that costs money. I'll tell you how to get you. Let me tell you how you do this. It's real easy. Here, first step, go to the IRS and get an EIN number. Number 2, open up a bank account. Number 3, apply for a credit card with that bank account. Then you take that money off your credit card and then you go buy an office. Then you go buy. Yeah, you're already in debt, bro. Right there, you're in debt. As soon as you say go get that credit card, bro, you're in debt. Wah, 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 alarm bell should go off. I'm in debt. You're advising me to go in debt. Wah, wah, wah. So You're advising me that residuals are not important. Bingo! Wop, 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 wop. Should be flying off the handle. The numbers, the back end does not exist. Bang, 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 bang. Floyd Mayweather Jr. Gervonta Davis. Oh, man, stop, bro. Ghetto shenanigans, okay? Hey, Finance, revenue. Baltimore in the building. You know what it is. Chris Chuck in the building. You better get that revenue. You're invited to the bankruptcy belt. Exactly, bro. Trying to get you bankrupt. Trying to get you out there bankrupt, bro. Rick Tibbs, I promised my ex in KC Mo I would take her to the prom, but I moved back to H-Town, so I drove to KC, took her even though she was I knew I wasn't getting some, and we ate at the Crown Plaza. Hey, man, that's good for you, bro. That's good for you. You a man's man right there, bro. That's what's up. I don't know why you joking, but, you know, if you did that, applause to you, brother. Applause to you, brother. That's what's up. I give different advice. I give radically different advice to my kids. Man, no. What's wrong with you? Hey, I can't even tell you that's too private, bro. But ain't no way, bro. I don't do that, man. No. Hey, making business cards, flyers, and advertising your business on social media. Look, until you have a customer, you do not have a business. Because you ain't doing nothing. That is the simplest way to think about it. If you do not have a customer, you do not have a business. If you want, most successful businesses start with customers. Most successful entrepreneurial ventures start like this. Many of them do. Hey, man, you're really good at this. I really like that you're doing it. I'm leaving this company. Would you mind if I did it for you? Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, you can do it for me. Absolutely. Oh, you did my taxes and you're leaving that firm? Okay, what firm you going to? I'm not going to another firm. I'm starting my own. Okay, no worries. Hey, man, you got my business. You got a soap business as soon as somebody buys your soap. Nah, you have a business as soon as you have a customer. You don't have a successful business until you're making a profit. And you gradually get to the point where that can be your sole income, that's your primary income, or you reach a certain deal. Having a business is not a successful business. You can have a failing business and have customers, but there's got to be a relationship between you and a customer. That's how I define it. You have a business once you have a relationship with a customer. It may not be successful. It may not be self-sustaining. But if all you have is what you plan to do and somebody you're paying to give you advice, that's not a business. That is you getting advice. They have a business and you're their customer. Once you pay somebody to give you that advice, you're their customer. They didn't make you a business. They made you a customer of theirs. Just telling you. That's how I think of it anyway. You know what I mean? But anyway, back to the other stuff. But let me tell you, that's how you see things in your mind, right? Like, well, how do you make sense of things? You can make sense of something differently than I make sense of it. Whatever rule you have, whatever kind of way that you think about it, as long as it winds up being productive and something happening, you know what I mean? There you go. Exactly. Once you start Uber, you got a business. Immediately. You got a customer. You got a business. That's a business. Uber is a business. It's yourself, you're a sole proprietor with a business partner. You have your car, you contract with them, they're your customer to go deliver these things, and they pay you. Technology companies don't what? Have customers? Yeah, they do. Anyway, Haney don't cry. His fights tank, trying to make an excuse already. Hey, I don't want to talk about Devin Haney, bro. Stop trying to bring up Devin Haney, bro. I don't work for Devin Haney. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not in the Devin Haney business. Other people are in the business of Devin Haney. I don't get it. I don't get any pay for that. I don't. I'm not paid to support him. I mean, not literally, not figuratively, not directly, not indirectly. I'm not in that business. And I mean it. Not directly or indirectly. Right? I'm not involved in public relations or media relations for those guys. You know how you know somebody's probably in media relations? They're carrying a camera. They're doing interviews. They're repeating what these guys say to you. If they're doing that business, that's what their business is. I'm not interested in Tank and Ryan, bro. You trying to switch the subject off your boy Lion. No, thank you, Starborn. Put it in the super chat, Starborn, and force me to change subjects. 99 cents. I'm having a special. 99 cents for Devin Haney comments. It's on sale. 99 cents per Devin Haney comment, brother. I'm sorry. I'm going to open my business. I'm going to open my media relationships business. My media relations business. You know what I mean? 99 cents per comment, bro. Real cheap. I'll sell it to you real cheap. Christmas special. No, bro. I'm not doing it, man. Nah, man. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it, man. That's wasted airtime. That's wasted resources, bro. Oh, no. What my mama, what she do? Oh, I hope she ain't mad at me. Oh, hold on one second, man. Hold on one second. Oh, no. I thought my mama sent me something. All right. Hey, for now, you got me rolling. I'm just trying to tell you, man. Hey, 99 cents a comment, bro. 99 cents a comment. I ain't trying to overcharge you. You know what I mean? Hey, I don't. Nah, bro. Check cash. Oh, Julian Jones said, I'm sorry, brother. My man just said, sorry about that, Starborn. Loma's scared of us. Hey, man, Loma ain't scared of you. Y'all, Loma want to fight, bro. That's $1. There you go. All right, there you go. He did. He sent the cash app. So, for your $1, this is what you get. Man, Lomachenko ain't scared of him. But Devin can't make the weight. Devin can't make the weight, bro. Devin can't make the weight, bro. He's not in the weight class, man. He's not in the weight class. He can't fight Shakur because he ain't in the weight class, bro. Hey, man. Hey, man, that's funny. I got you, bro. Hey, Alexis Robinson, everybody ducks Errol, Spence Jr., Keith Thurman did. First Bud, and this is the latest. Who's ducking him, man? Who's ducking him now? Bud definitely ducked, bro. Man, bro. Hey, man, I really want to call people out and debate them now. Hey, man. I can't get no debates for nothing, bro. Y'all better not come nowhere near me now. Bro, you better not come more near me before, bro. Dog, I didn't even want to know the facts. Brother, I don't even like to know the facts because, dog, knowing the facts, bro, that makes it real unfair. Bro, hey, look, man, that man knew he had transparency. Either he knew he had transparency or that man doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, notice when you're a boss, you should know what you're doing when you're a boss. You should know what you're doing when you're a boss. Hey, not to take about, not to, Marcusville said $1.99, not to talk about. Hey, man, Marcus of Villain just paid for 5 minutes. What is that? What is that? Oh, man, bro. You know, like I'm saying, man, it does, man. I can't take $1. I can't even take $5 because that would be very. I got to put a time limit on that, brother. Not to talk about, nah, dog. Actually, bro, if I could refund that $1.99 and pay you $1.99, I owe you money, dog. I would do that for free. Hey, look, Marcus Villain, bro. Look, man, do not pay me to do something I was going to do for free. That is bad business, bro. I got to be an honest vendor, bro. I wasn't going to talk about it, man, because seriously, I don't enjoy the conversation, man. I don't enjoy the conversation. He'll make weight after the weight. Oh, you know what it is. He'll make it. Hey, Fanon, the first time was definitely a duck, but Bud just told Errol spin the block. So what do you call it when you duck twice? Oh my God, dog. What do you call it when you duck a debt? When you duck twice? Call it two. You call it a. Hold on. You call it a raft. You call it and here it is. It's called a group of ducks. Can be called a raft of ducks, a team of ducks, or a paddling of ducks. You can, according to Wikipedia. That's actually a duck website. A raft of ducks, a team of ducks, or a paddling of ducks. You can say that man's paddling. You can say he's paddling with a duck. That's what he's doing. Turkey, duck, chicken. Nah, that's 3 in there. There's 3 in there. Oh, it's called Canelo. Oh, man. Y'all killing on Canelo, bro. It's a paddling of ducks. It's a paddling of ducks. A team of ducks or a raft of ducks. But for more comedic sake, we'll just call them a multi-time, we'll call him a unified duck. If he ducks if he ducks 2 times, if he ducks 1 time, you call him a duck. 2 times is a unified duck. If he ducks 4 times, he is the undisputed duck. So Terrence Crawford is right now a duck. Canelo Alvarez is an undisputed duck. Spence, Canelo Alvarez is an undisputed duck. Yeah, you're right. So therefore we end. So a pair is called a brace of ducks. A brace of ducks. Oh, wow. But what I would like to go through is the rest of this. No, they did not sell 220K pay-per-views, bro. Mr. Diggs. Oh, hold on. Mr. Diggs. No, they did not. Prove it. Give me your source. Give me your source. Hey, man, what's your source? And what's your source's source? And let me ask you a question, bro. See, this is things I don't like to do. Let me ask you a question. God, I look like my dad. Let me ask you a question. If Steven Espinoza works for Showtime, right? Does Steven Espinoza have to refer you to the pay-per-view numbers that were released by ESPN? Yes or no? First of all, dummy, I haven't hated on anybody. You said, ask me if they did 120,000 pay-per-view buys. And neither one of them reported that. From what I know it came from, what was that place called again? Pressrelease.com. Now, let me ask you a question, though, without hating on anybody. Would Steven Espinoza need to cite ESPN to tell you what the pay-per-view numbers were for a Showtime pay-per-view? That is a yes or no question to you. See, that's why I don't even like to know the facts. I will bust y'all up just off common sense. I'm going to act like you're really somebody that is inquisitive and wants to know something. Yes or no? No. Then why would BLK Prime or somebody that works for BLK Prime have to rely on a press release from press.com to tell you? Why wouldn't BLK Prime just say it? Where's the BLK Prime? Where is the BLK Prime report listing that? And why are you citing pressrelease.com? You work for BLK Prime. So why don't you report the numbers yourself? And that's to the president of BLK Prime or anybody else. You wouldn't even point to that. That's not BLK Prime. It didn't say anything in that press release that BLK Prime said that. So why point to that? Would you like to answer that question? I'm waiting because I don't want to be hating. I don't need to respond. I don't have to. Steven Espinoza does not have to say, was not going to tell you, oh, look how many pay-per-views. Hey, how you know we did this? Oh, ESPN reported it. How much and when I know it myself, and I can give you the number to the T. Now, let's also talk about the fact that it says above 120,000 pay-per-views. That report didn't even say 120,000. It said more than 120,000, which means it could be 120,100, 120,500, 120,800. It could be 5 million. All of those are more than 120. So that's not even a report of the number. It did say 14,963 tickets sold, though. Right? Didn't say 18,000, said 14,000. Not 18,000, but they gave a specific number. Nobody's lying. It's a press release. So like I said, why quote a source? I don't need to cite a course. If you want to know how many views I did yesterday on YouTube, I don't need to quote a source. I can tell you exactly how many I did if I want to tell you. Because I can go right here, blip, blip, blip. There you go. I don't have to say lying or not lying. Because press.com doesn't know if it's true or not. It's a press release. It's not news. It's a press release. Only the person that paid them to put it out would know whether or not that's the truth or not. And seeing as they did not lie, right? They didn't lie. They don't know. You would have to lie. You got to know it's not true. So I don't know who lied, who didn't lie. All I know is who's not reporting it. And it's not being reported by people that should have the information. And they should have the specific information down to the number. And I don't mean 120,000. I mean 123,496. Under 5,000 is not giving you a number. It's an estimation. So there is no truth to that, other than that's truly their estimation. See what I mean? Now, next. Oh, my man Starborn said, Tank making excuses to Ryan. What excuse? He didn't make an excuse. Tank didn't make an excuse that I heard. Tank was asked, why do you think Ryan Garcia dropped out of his tune-up fight? And he said, I don't know. It could be he's on steroids and he's got cycles. Could be that he's lazy. Could be that, he wants to save himself and he doesn't really want to drain himself down. He doesn't want to come down to 135. He wants to wait to come down to 135. That's not an excuse. That's an explanation about why, by the way, that's not even an explanation. That is just him considering multiple reasons why Ryan Garcia pulled out of a fight with somebody else. Those are not excuses. He'll make the weight after the weight. Yeah, he will. Much love in that super chat, bro. Jeff Campbell said, why are you so big, bro? What do you mean, why am I so big? I ain't that big now. I ain't that big. What you mean, why am I that big? Said common sense is no longer so common. Look, man, it's very tough to get around a cheap debater. It's a skill set. In and of itself. It's a skill set. Look, bro, I'm going to tell you, Cal, cool it. What I have to say has nothing to do with any other YouTube channels. This is my YouTube channel. Mine. If you don't want to hear me, if you don't want to hear it, don't ask. If you ask it, I'm going to answer it. Easy. It ain't nothing personal against anybody. Nobody. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Terrence Crawford ducked that man. And all these explanations for why he did it all fall apart. Terrence is the one that said, I want transparency. Well, you got transparency, Terrence. You got transparency and you knew you had transparency. You say the fight couldn't have happened this year. Dude, you said the fight was going to happen this year, that you agreed to November 19th. You said you agreed to a fight that was targeted for November 19th, but all of a sudden you didn't. You didn't know the fight wasn't going to happen this year. You agreed to November 19th. That's what you said. You guys are saying there was no budget. You all are saying it. I don't listen to other YouTube channels. You clowns in my comment section are saying this. But you're the same ones that said that the fight was going to be on November 19th. How was there no budget on November 19th? Then after the fact, how was there a budget on November 19th? And now there wasn't a bonus, a budget on November 19th. How was there no budget this year? Because Showtime's going out of business, but yet there's a budget for next year. What sense does that make? It just doesn't make any sense. Don't blame me that what you're saying to me don't make no sense. It doesn't make sense. The only way that you can convince that is if you convince yourself of cheap debating tactics. You cannot explain that to me without running into a grip of contradictions, a grip of assumptions, and a grip of logical fallacies. You just can't do it. And that's why I don't listen to a lot of y'all. Because I listen to you and I'm like, God dog, man, ad hominem. God dog, man, red herring. God dog, man, straw man. I mean, seriously, bro. It is like watching amateur. It's crazy listening to you talk. I'm telling you, for me, it is very, very tough for me to even listen to you talk. Very difficult. Because you guys say things like that just, I'm telling you, bro, like for me, let me tell you about B. Somebody asked me what channels you should listen to. I'm going to tell you a channel that you should listen to. A channel that you should listen to is BFTB because it's logical. Rachel Donaire, that channel's been around for a long time, so I'm going to trust it's you. I forgot to tell you guys, when I'm here, I'm sitting by myself, I use this handle. That's what's up. Let me rinse you up. Because that's definitely you. Because that's been around since 2011. So we're going straight off the cuff with that. All right, so look. If you say something that does not make sense, like saying things like, somebody told me, but I can't tell you who told me, right there, it goes out the window. Because I can't verify what you're saying is true or untrue. If you tell me something like, I agree to get paid net revenue, but you don't have the right to know what the expenses are, I tell you that doesn't make any sense. Because in just saying that you agree to get paid off net profit, that means they have to tell you what the net profit is. And they have to tell you what the costs are. And that is not the same thing as asking for approval. I got you, Rachel, for sure. I went and checked. The way that I know it's you is I checked the age of your channel. And your channel's been around since 2011. Somebody that wanted to impersonate you would have had to do it 10 years ago. That's logic. Who would have impersonated you 10 years ago to come right back in the chat, right? Let's use logic, people. Logic, the language that the universe gave you. The logic, the language that the universe gave you. So, if it is verified that you have to sign a piece of paper every fight that lists all of the sources of revenue for your fight. And you have to sign it before the fight. And some of those things are not determined yet because they're not done. Like, you don't know what the pay-per-views are going to be. You don't know what the gates are. So you put on that little piece of paper, which is required by law by the state commission, which is overseen by the Association of Boxing Commissions. And you've been doing this for every championship fight that you've had, which is at least 14, 15 times over the course of about 10 years. That tells me that it's only logical that you know that you have to be told what the revenue is at some point, and that you have the right to go back and check it later for the things that you did not know ahead of time, because some of those things you will not know ahead of time. Right? So why are you asking for something that you know you have already? So when that is said and that comes to light, I go back and I listen to Twitter, and I listen to what Errol Spence said. And he said, look, man, you asked for 3 things that were already in the contract. So we clarified and gave you explicitly things that you already had, like transparency, which is required by law, and you know is required by law because you've had to sign these God dog, I keep messing up the name. Not disclosure forms, but whatever. The form that tells you that you're abiding by, that proves that your promoter is abiding by the Muhammad Ali Act. But you act like you didn't know. Right? It's not a non-disclosure agreement. It's not a non-disclosure agreement. No, it's not that. If you have to be noted, you have to be told. If there are certain disclosures that have to be made to you, like, for example, HIPAA. The one that I'm most familiar with is HIPAA. Whenever somebody hires you, HIPAA is a federal law or a federal act. It's an act, which is a law. It's an act related to your healthcare benefits and human resources, confidential information around your healthcare, around your healthcare, I believe, just generally speaking. And anytime you get hired by somebody, you've got to sign that they let you know about it. There is a disclosure, and you check off that, yes, you have disclosed this information to me. Yes, they did. So that if you ever claim you didn't hear it, you can't, because the government is telling the Human Resources Department, you have to give me those HIPAA forms. You have to submit that they knew about HIPAA, right? If you have something that in the boxing world that is required by the Muhammad Ali Act, and you've done it multiple times, you can't tell me you didn't know about it. You knew about it. So why are you asking for it? At the same time, you're negotiating with somebody else when you already know that you are negotiating for this fight and letting everybody on one side know what the other side was doing, but you didn't let the other side know. Right? He let BLK Prime know everything that Showtime was doing. How do we know that? Because BLK Prime business partners were leaking the information to everybody. Right? How could you reasonably draw any other conclusion? It's illogical. For months, Terrence Crawford was negotiating with someone. And people that are business partners with the person he was negotiating with was leaking information directly from Terrence Crawford about the deal being offered by the other party in violation of their non-disclosure agreement. Right? You know this. Because if you sign a non-disclosure agreement before you enter in negotiations, but yet you are telling people things about the negotiation in a gas station, which you sitting right there, you are obviously violating your non-disclosure agreement because they know that you didn't get a guarantee. They know what the percentage split was. They know about the rematch clause. They know about every single solitary fact that these, and guess what? It's verified by Errol Spence Jr. that he was telling the truth. So by Errol verifying that they were telling the truth, what he's also verifying is that they were doing a one-sided negotiation with BLK Prime the entire time because they never went with BLK Prime's information and gave it to Showtime. Never. They just wanted to ensure, it seems, that BLK Prime had all the information necessary to improve upon an offer from Showtime. But they never gave Showtime the opportunity to improve upon the offer from BLK Prime. Thank you. Tracy Harris says, for non HIPAA laws that you will not disclose patient's information or confidential hospital information, you can be sued or fired and jailed depending on the severity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right? That's only logical. It's only logical. Which is when Brian Custer asked him, well, hey, why wouldn't you just share if they gave you a better deal, why wouldn't you just tell Showtime about it? You know, he got that look on his face. That he can't hide that look on his face. Why wouldn't you just tell Showtime? And his answer was, well, you know what's up. I may have ruined my deal with the other people. If they call my bluff, he said, if they call my bluff, look, man, no, you're not going to get away with lying like that, man. No. No, bro, y'all lying, man. Y'all lying. Y'all lying. Okay? You're lying. The only logical justification for any of this, the only thing that makes sense is that you did not want that fight. That's the only logical conclusion. It wasn't about there not being no guarantees in the world. Pay-per-view revenue's not real. God, dog, bro. I always speak highly of logical thinking. Hey, look, Powerhouse Watch says so many politics in boxing loophole. This is not politics. This is ducking. This is not politics. All right? It's not. Unless you think one-on-one, one person not agreeing to do something for you is politics. But it's not. There is no network standing in the way of the fight. There's no manager standing in the way of the fight. Terrence Crawford said he accepted an offer, and he turned the offer down. That is what happened. That is where the rubber hits the road. Period. That is where the rubber hits the road. Terrence Crawford got a deal. He said he accepted it, but he didn't really accept it. He already had another deal. He took the other deal. And if you're trying to sell fighters to sell on BLK Prime on the notion that there is no back end money, that your residuals are not important, what's important is the upfront money that you get. You do not need an attorney to review your documents. Brother, if I went through people's YouTube channels and literally went through and told you who has said what at one point in time or another, you don't remember a few years ago. Y'all probably don't remember this. A few years ago, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, there was a YouTube channel that was literally saying black fighters do not need to read their contracts. If they send you a contract, just sign it. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. It's not who you think it is, more than likely. But literally said that to a group of black people. A group of people knowing there are fighters in there. Nah, man, if they give you a contract, you got to sign and just take that fight, man, before they change their mind. You don't want to go back. You don't want to go talking back and forth and going through all that with contracts. You don't want to do that. Yeah. Absolutely positively said that. Now you got people saying you don't really need back end money. You don't really need to pay attention to what the back end is because the back end ain't real over there at Showtime. The back end money's not real at Showtime. Nah, man, y'all need to get this upfront money. We getting our upfront money around here. You know what that is? We buy ugly houses cash today. That's that little sign you see. That's that little when you drive through the hood. Like, let's say, for example, you from Kansas City and you live right off Troost. You live like, say, 53rd and Troost, right? Between 52nd and Troost, 53rd and Troost, and 53rd and Paseo, if you're from Kansas City. That's my easiest reference, right? And you see these little handwritten signs, right? Little handwritten signs that say, buying cash, spending cash for your house. Cash for your house. But you look at it, and you're like, hold on, man, that's a printed sign. That's a printed sign. That's not handwritten. That is literally a printed sign that's meant to look from a distance as if somebody wrote that by hand. They didn't write that by hand. They printed that out. Rachel Donaire says, a promoter shall be entitled to receive any compensation directly or indirectly in connection with a boxing match. It shall not be entitled to receive any compensation directly or indirectly in connection with a boxing match until it provides to the boxer it promotes the amounts of any compensation and consideration that a promoter has contracted to receive from such match. You're lying. Not you. Y'all are some liars. Y'all some flat out liars. Let us read this. Disclosures to the boxer. A promoter shall not be entitled to receive any compensation directly or indirectly in connection with a boxing match until it provides to the boxer it promotes the amounts of any compensation or consideration that a promoter has contracted to receive from such match. Not got paid, contracted to receive from such match. Contracted to receive. That is transparency into the revenue. Provided by law on a piece of paper that you acknowledge that you received. How many world championship fights? And this is every fight. For 38 fights. You've signed that contract. You have signed that acknowledgement 38 times. Thank you, Mrs. Donaire. I follow you on Instagram and I message you. Check your request. I'm not a troll. This is my real name. I know we be talking about Errol. Okay, much love for sure, Derek James. For sure, bro. Do it again right now because it doesn't come up. I got something from like 8 hours ago. Hey, this somebody resent me my stuff. That's crazy. Yeah, send that back. Okay, I read the chat, no doubt. Hey, thank you, brother. And I message you under that name. I don't have a message, brother. So you got to send it again, man. Send me a link to, you know what, a matter of fact? Yeah, there you go. What up? Yeah, that's crazy. That's not crazy. That's just, yeah. That is a disclosure between the promoter and the fighter. Duck doesn't have a promoter. Duck is his promoter. It carries down, though. Tony, I thought that before, but it carries down. Because Bud would have to sign that for Terrence Bud Crawford, right? If he's his own promoter and he's a co-promotional deal, but not if it's not a co-promotional deal. Not if it's not a co-promotional deal. And it also doesn't go to cost. But it doesn't go to cost. And the cost issue on the transparency goes to net. Right? If you say that you're going to receive net, if you're going to get paid net, then in your contract, unless you have to know what the expenses are. Otherwise, you have to be able to validate what net is. Rachel says section 13B1. Yeah, I get that. That's a contract between the fighter and his promoter. I know what you're saying, though. Rise podcasts are absolutely good. Yeah, but you know that there's transparency required to the fighter. And if you're contracted for the revenue. That's interesting how that works. That provision is, yeah, I understand what you're saying. That provision ensures a promoter doesn't scam his fighter. It doesn't govern the relations with a third party. I don't know if it does or if it doesn't. Let's see. It's sources of revenue that you are contracted to receive. So that says that one promoter does not have to communicate its profits from another promoter. They clarified that, though. That could be the reason for the clarification. The clarification being that Steven Espinoza said that they would provide that to him and clarified it. No, I got it again. Please read it again. I got that when you said it. I understand. A promoter. The issue is the promoter. A promoter shall provide to its fighters. I understand. No, I understand what you're saying. I understand 100%. Because the Ali Act governs the relationship between the promoter and the fighter. And what you're saying is that if Terrence Crawford has his own promotional company, that means that the promoter, Terrence Bud Crawford, if it's TBC Promotions, that TBC Promotions would then have to communicate that would basically govern the relationship between Terrence and his own company. However, if Terrence Crawford wants to have the transparency, all that he needs to do is then deal directly with TGB Promotions. And they would be able to, they would know it. It may not, yeah. Whoever the main promoter is. I understand what you're saying. I got to read it again. I understand what you're saying. He said, okay, I'll buy that clarification. Yeah. I understand what you're saying, though. Because that does bring up the question. What if he is his own promoter? Right? Well, then if you have a promotional deal, right? If you have a promotional deal, a co-promotional deal, then you're going to ask for that information as a relationship between the two promoters. And if you're concerned about it, right, you can change that language. You can put it in there. Yes, I can see the Duck wanting to extend that to man down. Yeah, I can see the Duck wanting to extend that to man down. Yeah. But I see what you're saying, though, man. I definitely see what you're saying. That particular clause goes from the responsibility of the promoter to Terrence Crawford. If Terrence Crawford is his own promoter, then Terrence Crawford would have to be contracted for all of the revenue that he's contracted with. However, if he's going to get paid by that, he still, as a promoter, has the ability to see what the receipts are. I just think is there any way. Oh, whoa, wait for nine. TBC was not even a promoter of record in Nebraska. He doesn't have a license. There you go. That squashes it. I just messaged you and unfollowed and followed again a few minutes ago. Derek James is my government. Can't wait. Oh, no worries about it. I got you, brother. Okay. Oh, Derek James, no worries, brother. I'll give you a wrench in a second. Rachel said, oh, wait for nine. TBC. Yeah, there you go. So he's not his own promoter. That kills it. He doesn't have a promotional license. See, this is so, dude, let me tell you, bro. I love this conversation. If you don't, there you go. He doesn't have a promotional license. If you don't have a promotional license, then you're not going to be a promoter of note, which is why Terrence Bud Promotions, TBC, did not promote their own card in Nebraska. So if he doesn't have a promotional license, he probably doesn't have a promotional license in Vegas, doesn't have a promotional license in Dallas. So there you go, right there. Gotta love it. Great clarification, bro. That's why you need context. Now you see how that is, because that relates. See, that's what I'm telling you, man. Because right there, that's what I said. Remember when I said that? I was like, look, you got to see how these things play against each other. In order to be a promoter, you have to have a promotional license, and that's not going to be included in the body, in the language of that Muhammad Ali Act disclosure. Reciprocity, he may have a state, but he didn't promote the license in Nebraska. He's located in Nebraska. He doesn't have one. Yeah, but he wouldn't have one because he doesn't have a license in Nebraska. He lives and is domiciled in Nebraska. So no reciprocity. A reciprocity is not the issue because he's domiciled in Omaha, Nebraska. His place of business is Omaha, Nebraska. So if he lives in Omaha, Nebraska, his business is domiciled in Omaha, Nebraska, then he's not going to have, and he doesn't have a promotional license in Omaha, Nebraska. You have to assume that he doesn't have one in Nebraska because there's no reciprocity to be had if he has a fight in Nebraska and he's not a promoter in Nebraska. Unless for some reason he started a promotional company in Nevada, and they didn't grant Nebraska reciprocity in the state that he's domiciled in. Yeah, I understand that. I know reciprocity. Yeah, if for example, if you're from DC, you have reciprocity in Illinois, but you don't have reciprocity in California. You don't have reciprocity in New York. I get that. But he doesn't have a promotional company in Nebraska. But anyway, you get my point. Why would he not have a license in Nebraska? Because he's never put on an event. I get you, Tony. I got that, bro. I got that. You live in Georgia, you have multiple licenses without being in those states. Yeah, I don't know where reciprocity is granted for Nebraska, though. If you live in Georgia, you don't have one in New York, though. Right? Do you have one in New York or California? No, you probably don't. You probably got it in DC, though. You probably got it in Illinois, because Illinois has reciprocity between DC and Illinois. I understand what you mean. Anyway, man, like I said, we're getting a little too heady in this. However, I do understand. I do agree. I do appreciate where you're coming from. Terry Smooth said, Rachel, please let Nonito love you for that particular instance. That's what I'm saying. You got to bring on you have to bring on an attorney that is experienced in boxing. And you do have to know those fights. However, it is safe to assume that if you cannot put on, if your domicile is Georgia and you're licensed in Georgia, you probably do have reciprocity with DC. But you're not going to have, if you live in Georgia and you can't practice in Georgia, what's the chances that you got reciprocity in California? Almost none. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there's almost none. There's almost no chance there that you have reciprocity there. So I'm kind of leaning towards what Rachel said, because that's his domicile. He's domiciled in Nebraska. All of his businesses are in Nebraska. Unless for some reason he went to Delaware. You know what I'm saying? Unless he has a corporation in Delaware, what people do. You know what I mean? Anyway, that was fun. So nah, bro. Anyway, nah, I ain't buying it. Long story short, sorry for getting heady. We got really intelligent people in the chat, very well-educated people. Just so you know, said we do know if he has a Nevada license. Remember, no, you don't. You know he doesn't have a Nevada license. No, they kicked it out. They tried to kick it to a federal court because they said diversity of citizenship. No, they kicked it out for no. They kicked that out of state court. Bob Arum filed a motion to have that removed to federal court, and the claim that they had, the claim that he did it and they allowed the removal, was that of lack of diversity of citizenship. They didn't have diversity of citizenship. They said that his business, that he is not in New York. Yeah, so they moved it. Doesn't matter. They moved it to a federal court in Nebraska because of the lack of jurisdiction. It's still a federal court. Still a federal court. Right? The only reason it would go into federal court is if you got diversity of citizenship and, lack of diversity. But they're saying that they said that there was lack of diversity. And they cited the fact that Terrence Crawford does all his business all of his businesses are in Nebraska, and all of that stuff's in Nebraska. But they kicked it back because the reason it got kicked back to federal court. Now watch. The reason it got kicked back out of federal court into state court was because they did that snap, because they did a snap removal. They did that snap removal. I understand. But federal court, to go to federal court, if you are in Nebraska, if you are a business in Nebraska, and if you are a business in Nebraska, and you are a business in, both of these guys are businesses are located in Nevada. There's lack of diversity, and that is a reason for it not to go to federal court, but to stay in the state, because the state laws apply to both. Right now, I'm not a federal litigator, right? No, Bob is in Nevada, so lack of diversity means they both live. No, the lack of diversity was the fact that that he lives in Nebraska. No, they're from two different states, and it's over a dollar amount, so it makes it a federal case. Dude, that's diversity of citizenship. The reason that you would have something go to a federal court is diversity of citizenship. So if I live in Illinois and you live in Georgia, right, which law prevails? Right? You have interstate commerce. Right there, you got interstate commerce. And the federal law applies to interstate commerce. They don't believe lack of diversity. Oh, I'm sorry. Lack of diversity of no, I'm right. I'm not sorry. Lack of diversity means it's not separate. It's together. If lack of diversity, that means it would, I'm sorry. He claimed diversity of citizenship. Excuse me. Not lack of diversity. He claimed diversity. And that means it goes to the federal court. You're right. Sorry, brother. Sorry, brother. I know. I misstated that. That's my bad. I used the wrong phrase. Bob Arum claimed that there was diversity of citizenship. You're correct. Sorry, brother. Diversity of citizenship. Yeah, I used the wrong phrase. That's my bad. Diversity of citizenship. You're right. He claimed that there was diversity of citizenship. Correct? And that is why it didn't go to federal court. Well, that's why they took it to federal court. Forgive me. So, but they did not keep it in federal court because they claimed that it was a snap removal. And that particular circuit, that particular venue does not allow snap removal. So they moved it back. And again, like I said, I'm not a federal litigator. All I'm doing is telling you my basic understanding of it, is that they then moved that back to state court, right? So when they moved it back, said, did the district court agree to diversity? He never agreed. He never refiled. They never refiled it. Orlando. I'm going to call you T. Orlando. They never refiled it. They never had a chance. They just kicked it to federal court before it was even on the docket. So they kicked it back, and then Bud didn't refile. I don't know. I don't even think that they. I'm not familiar enough to answer that question. The district court, they rejected on the grounds of snap removal, and they have a policy against snap removal. So we still don't know if diversity existed between them. Kick due to snap. We don't know for sure, but why would they claim it? They claimed that there was, though. And then in the complaint, they listed where his businesses resided. So in it, maybe Bob Arum was lying, but Bob Arum said that he was domiciled in Nebraska, that his businesses were domiciled in Nebraska. So if you're not domiciled in Nebraska, if you don't have a license in the state in which you're domiciled, then why would you have a license in a state that you're not domiciled in? Bob wanted it in federal court because it's more defense free. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, absolutely. That I've heard. But like I said, bro, I'm not a federal litigator. I'm not. That would be your area. Don't claim that to be the truth. I don't claim to know that. But I will tell you that in the paperwork, he said that that his domicile was in Nebraska, not Las Vegas. So, and I don't know. Can you do business in states where you don't reside? Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends. You can't do business in which you don't reside as an occupational therapist. It depends on the industry. I would suspect some places you can, some places you can't. But doing business but if you can't do business, you have to have a license in the state that you reside at the least. But no, if you don't, like, for example, for occupational therapy, I don't believe that my wife can live in she has to be licensed in the state that she practices in. She can't be licensed in the state that she's not actually practicing in. I don't believe. All right, we boring, folks. We can chop it up again. Yeah, no doubt. No, I enjoyed that, bro. There is no reciprocity. There you go. Rachel Donaire said there is no reciprocity in state commission. All refs, combatants, and promoters have to apply for a license in each state that they operate. Well, questions is now answered. Love it. I love this. Bro, this is so good, bro. Man, I'm learning so much. So there you go. Rachel answered your question. There is no reciprocity in state commissions. All refs, combatants, and promoters have to apply for a license in each state that they operate. I can tell you for sure that's true of the referees in Las Vegas. That is true for the. Oh, there you go. And yeah, I think that's right, bro. Anyway, man, I love that people fact check. Rachel, salute. Hey, seriously, man, this is good stuff, man. Yeah, it depends on the business. See, and there, you're right there. You can't have reciprocity in that, Orlando. And I know that you can't do that for judges. That's why everybody's everybody's upset about Las Vegas and Las Vegas judges because Las Vegas judges have to be licensed specifically by the state. So yeah, okay, that's good, man. Good information. Great information. I hope y'all. Hey, can we get some applause for Tony and Rachel Donaire? Because I'm telling you, brother, I appreciate that, Orlando. And I apologize for messing diversity. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I messed that up. Sorry about that, brother. Yes, diversity of citizenship. Lack of diversity would keep it in the state. Diversity would move it to federal court. Thank you for the correction. Cal Coolit said, y'all cats that claim to be boxing heads and not casual, this here is the boxing game legally. I'm just telling you, bro. Look, man, I'm learning. Bro. I'm learning. No joke. I'm learning. How to pay for my trolling. Hey, man. Yeah, you good, bro. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Like I said, man, I'll twist my tongue up in a second, man. I apologize. Lack of diversity keeps it in the state. Diversity of citizenship makes it federal over a certain amount. And I don't remember what that amount is. It's like, what, $2,500 or something, right? No, you don't always troll, brother. But, hey, man, no joke. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that clearing. I appreciate you clearing out my cobwebs. I do. And that adds a lot. 75. What's 75K? You want me to pay you 75K for the consultation? I'm straight. You know what I'm saying? T Orlando, no problem. I just called Nevada Athletic Commission asking as a promoter because I wanted to be verified. You gotta love it. So you just called out the state of Nevada and said, is there reciprocity? There's not. So for a fight, he was not going to be a promoter in Nebraska. He wasn't going to be a promoter for a fight in Vegas if he doesn't have a license. If he does, if he doesn't have one in Nebraska. So there you go. So there goes that whole thing. We brought that around all the way down to the end of it, because the fight was going to be in Las Vegas. So therefore, he's not a promoter. He's not a licensed promoter in Las Vegas. He also wasn't investing any money in the fight, though. So that's a little bit of a hint there. But so since he doesn't have a license in Nebraska, he's not going to have a license in Vegas. You have to be from the state. And he's not there. He's over there. He's in Nebraska. If you're not learning, you're not living. Yeah, I learned that before. I was just using the wrong word. You know what I mean? That's honestly, bro, that's basic constitutional law. You learn that I think you learn that in college. I don't know, man. Orlando, do you learn that in college? I think you learn that in college. You're definitely going to learn it in constitutional law. It's like one of the basic tenets of constitutional law. Now, like, if I was going to ask him scrutiny, I do not remember the levels of scrutiny to save my life. See, he would be able to do that. Like, in order to be like a federal litigator, he's somebody that could tell you, you know, what you need to do to have strict scrutiny and the other levels of scrutiny that a government that the federal court would apply to a certain circumstance, right? Also, the conflict of laws and all kind of stuff like that, man. Taught my students at Georgia State. There you go, brother. That's what's up, man. God dog, man. I'm jealous, bro. I'm jealous, man. That's what's up, bro. Yes, sir. Yeah, so that's that's basic constitutional law. That's like one of the first or second things you learn in the Constitution. In constitutional law. Okay, that's not the same thing as knowing the Constitution. Right? Knowing the judicial standards associated with things like conflict of laws. Because that's kind of where it is. Like, and yes, there's a difference between jurisdiction and the venue. Thank you, brother. And that is because those are two different words. Anyway, Lamar Jones said, Bud needs to fight someone 50-50 or let the belt go. He need to fight Gervonta and his brother. That's where I am with that. God, that was so enjoyable, man. Can I super chat you, Rachel? Rachel, I need to super chat you. I'm going to buy your next pay-per-view. Hey, for real. I need to buy. That was nice, man. That was so nice. How often do you really get to do a live stream and learn from the audience? Man, seriously, I enjoyed that. Bud yeah, man, I really do. I mean, both him and Orlando, T. Orlando, you got that wrench, brother. No joke. When I needed questions about federal law, I'm asking you. No joke, because I'm a contracts guy. That's it. I'm a contracts guy. I ain't touched any of that stuff in a long time. Bud need to fight someone 50-50 or okay, there you go. I'm sorry. Every day I learn here. Yeah, man, it's a beautiful conversation. Hey, my man said $1, $2 for dominating the chat. My bad. No, brother, you clarified. Because I saw that and I didn't want to address it. No, T. Orlando, seriously, I appreciate that because when Rachel put that up there, I noticed that because I was like, does this apply to him? And if you notice, my brain skipped a second because I was like, well, what if he's the promoter? Because the two parties to that agreement is the promoter and the fighter, right? So you're like, does this apply to him? And so then you got to say, well, what about what governs the Ali Act doesn't govern relationships from promoter to promoter. But I will tell you that any contract that says you're going to get paid out of the net, you are definitely going to get access to all of the costs. Whether or not you have any say-so over those costs, that's a completely different thing. Whether or not you get any approval over the cost. I don't mind, brother. Trust me, man. I enjoy it, brother. I enjoy it. No joke. I enjoy it, bro. I enjoy it. I so much want to go get an LLM. Like, that's like a bucket list thing for me. Like, for real. That's like a bucket list for me. I appreciate that, man. That is next level boxing talk and then some. Yeah, it is. I mean, look, man, if you get a federal litigator and a world champion, a manager of a professional, of a world-class Hall of Fame level fighter. Oh, hold on one second. I got to kiss my family goodbye. Hold on one second. Sorry about that, man. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a Masters of Laws, man. I really wanted to do that, man. But in contracts. But whatever. I got my anyway. I got an advanced degree in negotiations after that. But anyway, y'all smart AF. I'm kicking BK listening, but couldn't understand. Good talk, though, no doubt. Oh, I can let me break it. I can break it down to you. So let me give you the breakdown of it. Okay. Basically, what we came around to was whether or not Terrence Crawford was subject. That stuff was subject. No. Rachel Donaire in the super chat, he said, I know you didn't want to interview me yesterday, but I enjoyed how organic the conversation was. Without pre-written questions. This is a great show for me to wake up to and get my brain going and growing. Don't forget to email. I mean, I got you. Absolutely. I'll do that today. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And as a result, we will definitely be covering these lower weight classes. Team Donaire in this mug. That's what's up. Thank you. Yeah, that was really good. That was really good. She a real one. No, seriously, she's good. It's never too late to get a BBL though. What's a BBL? You tripping? We gonna be covering these little weight classes now. No joke. I usually don't go below 122. Like 118 is my threshold. 122. But it is what it is though. Yeah, man, that was good. So let me break it down to you real quick before we roll. So this is basically what they said. The transparency is nonsense. Yeah, the LLM is a master of law above a JD. Yeah, it's like my bucket list, bro. It's my bucket list, bro. But like I said, everybody know, bro, like I really had to get out of it, bro, because you know what I mean? Health issues. But anyway, man, back to this. And thank you for the education, brother. I appreciate you a lot. That right there is counsel. No joke. That dude right there is counsel. That's what's up. Yeah, so basically what we went over is this. Rachel showed the provision by the Ali Act that a promoter has to let the fighter know. The promoter has to let the fighter know all sources that he's contracted to receive. Now, when they say contracted to receive, not every amount of money that you get as it comes in, but you got to let them know. You have to let them know the contract, what they are contracted to receive. You don't just get the dollar total. You get the source and what you get the actual source. Right? That's what you have to let me know all about all monies contracted to receive. So you have to give me access to know what your arrangement is with them. Or what are you going to get? What specifically you're going to get? So that is required for any promoter directly to a fighter. Okay? Now, I also don't know whether or not that applies to any promoter. What if you have a co-promotional deal? The co-promotional deal then, there you go. There you go, Orlando. What about this? Say that he was licensed. You tell me what you think about this. I'm going to call you Orlando. What do you think about this? In a co-promotional deal, you have two promoters. So if Terrence Crawford fought on a card that had two promoters, wouldn't both promoters have to reveal that information to both boxers? Because it's a fighter on a card. I don't think that it says that you have to have a long-term promotional agreement with them. If you fight on their card, they have to provide that to any boxer on that card. So say, for example, it is a co-promotion between TGB and Bob Arum and Top Rank. Wouldn't that mean that Top Rank would have to make the disclosure to every boxer on that card, and TGB would have to make that disclosure to every fighter on the card? I don't know, because guess what? I don't think the Ali Act addresses the contractual relationships between the fighter and the boxer. It's saying that any fighter fighting on a promoter, because there's a lot of people that fight on cards that are not signed by a promoter, right? TGB, for example, if TGB has Manny Pacquiao, has Canelo Alvarez is not signed. It's a co-promotional deal. And you're a fighter. I think it may go to both. Hey, man, King said he's a lawyer. We need to consult RuPaul. The Troll King is back. I don't know, man. That's interesting stuff. It may apply, bro. It may apply to both. I would argue that it applied to both. I would argue that, hey, no worries, T. Orlando, bro. You're my dude now forever. No joke. You're my dude forever now. I mean, seriously. Thank you. Yeah, I would suspect that it would apply to both. Because the Ali Act is saying, because if you are a promoter on a card that a fighter is on, you're promoting that fighter. You just have a one-fight deal with that promoter. And there's two reporters. Oh, I mean, correct. All boxers on the card. There you go. Yeah, so the reading of that, yeah, Orlando, I would say it applied to everybody. Every promoter on the card got to provide that to every fighter based on that. And I don't think it applies to the. I don't think that the individual contract between the two of them even apply. Yeah, so I think it's both ways, bro. No, I didn't get it. I just got you. You missed. No, okay, Michelle, you just missed it. Yeah, correct. All boxers on the card. Yeah, so he's gonna get that disclosure anyway it goes. He's gonna get that. Yeah, he's gonna get that anyway it goes. I can now buy that Bud Duck to extend the disclosure due to his promotional status. I can now buy the Bud wanted to duck to extend the disclosure due to his promotion status. What? I can now buy, okay, you can buy that Duck. Okay, that Duck wanted to extend the disclosure due to his promotional status. Okay, yeah, if he wanted to, you say he wanted to extend the disclosure to his promotional company? Yeah. But he wasn't a promotional. He's not a promoter on the card. So there you go. Oh, he wanted to extend the disclosure due to you're saying because he did not. Yeah, that he ducked by trying to extend the, I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. I can now buy the Duck wanted to extend the disclosure due to the fact that he doesn't have a promoter. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He was going to get the disclosure anyway. He was going to get the disclosure because he doesn't have a promoter. But he did have a promoter for the sake of that fight. He had a promoter for that fight. That promoter was going to be TGB, or it was going to be Man Down Promotions. I think it was going to be either one. He was going to have somebody was promoting that fight. So if he didn't have his own promotional company, he's still fighting for a promoter himself. So he theoretically, he theoretically would have to notify himself. But since he's also a boxer on that card himself, he would get the notification from the other promoters as well. Even if because he and his promotional company are two separate entities. So if what Rachel's saying is that every promoter has to disclose all that information to every boxer, that means Bud is going to get that information just by virtue of him being a boxer, regardless of whether or not he's doing his own promotional thing or not. But seeing he's not bringing any money to the table, why would what is his cost associated with that? You know what I mean? Anyway, it's funny. But but Bud ducked. At least you call him the DA duck. Yeah, he ducked. Yeah, that's a duck, bro. That's a duck. All right, that's a duck. Now, anyway, we got caught into that, bro. King said he's a lawyer. That's fine, man. Dude, let me tell you something. Good for you, bro. Good for you, man. Good for you, man. I'm proud of you, bro. Said, all right, yeah, undisputed duck. There you go. It's an undisputed duck. Now, let me tell you something about you bums out there. Hey, this is where I talk a little crap. Y'all know you confused, right? You know you confused, right? You know all y'all heads are spinning, right? I just want to let you know, I know you dudes' heads are spinning. I know you just felt like you was listening to somebody speaking Mandarin for about 45 minutes. So if y'all run out trying to act like you understood what was just said, I ain't trying to hear it. Okay? Because that right there, nah. Hey, man, I like that, bro. Hey, Tony said, yes, y'all yes, your head is confused. So let me break it down for you. Okay? Bud's claim at transparency being the reason why he turned down the fight is highly suspect because it is required by the Muhammad Ali Act, and he knows that it is required by the Muhammad Ali Act. Now, Bud had counsel representing him. Let me tell you what Mr. Pearson, what Orlando did. Orlando put on his suit and tie and said, stop. How do we know that this applies to Terrence Crawford? This right here from what I'm reading. Now, he read it in a vacuum. Stop me if I'm lying. T. Orlando Pearson just represented the interests of Bud Crawford so that he would not be mistreated in this conversation. And he said, stop, Rachel, because I got to let you know what they said. Stop, Rachel. This may not apply to Bud. Why? Because this says what a promoter's responsibility to his fighter is. But Bud is not promoted by the PBC. Bud has his own promotional company. And I said, man, you know what? I was going to let that slide. I was going to let that slide, but I thought about it. That's why I got on it, because I was like, I got people. I can't let my rep get ruined out here with T. Orlando Pearson. So let me admit to him that I understand his point. So then we went to whether or not Bud was a promoter. And Rachel responded, Bud is not a promoter. How do we know that he's not a promoter? He's not licensed in the state of Nebraska. That's why he didn't promote the fight with David Avenetian. Right? And he said, Bud's still a duck. Yeah, that's the break of it. Bud's still a duck. Exactly. It all came around though. Bud's still a duck. Excellent, excellent summary, partner. So Rachel said, no, he's not a promoter. He does not have a license to promote a fight in Nebraska. So then what Orlando brought up and said, hold on, no. Because Orlando is an attorney. So what he has reciprocity. There are states that will allow you to practice in their state because they will recognize the license granted to you by another state. Some states do it, some states don't. That's why I said you don't get reciprocity in California. You probably don't get reciprocity in New York. You're going to get it in DC. You're probably going to get it in Illinois. It just depends on the state, right? Because that's federal. That all goes into how the United States, the governance of the United States, and working between a federal government and state governments and states' rights and all that. Won't get into all of that. Something that Orlando can explain to you in detail, right? That I can only give you I can get some depth to it, but I can't get really deep in it. Just what it is. I don't have a lot of depth there. I have some basic understandings, not a lot of depth there. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting overly detailed. So then she said, no, there's no reciprocity. And how did she know that? She called the commission. Why would she call the commission? Because she knows the commission. She's a manager of professional fighters. So she went and called and said, no, there is no reciprocity between Nebraska and Las Vegas. You have to be licensed by that state. A judge has to be licensed in Las Vegas to judge Las Vegas fights. A promoter has to be licensed in Las Vegas for that to be the case. There is no reciprocity. And so it came around to Bud wasn't promoting that fight. Bud may have TBC promotions listed on there, but he's not going to be a promoter of note, according to the state. But anyway, that's even more detail. So basically, we came on around to this. Bud is going to get disclosure of all sources of the revenue because the Muhammad Ali Act's requirements apply to all promoters in an event for all of the boxers. Because you're a co-promoter, which means you are promoting together. You're a promoter, I'm a promoter, I'm a promoter. So you may have a long-term agreement with that guy, but I'm promoting him for this fight. The ABC, American Boxing Commissions or something. Association of Boxing Commissions. Whatever. All that good old stuff. Anyway, so it basically comes down to that aspect of Bud. Yeah, bro, you had transparency. Now we can leave the expertise of Orlando and get away from him as fast as I can. Let me run away from Orlando when we're talking about federal law real fast. Okay? Because he word twist me. He said, that was a fun road to go down. Dang, I need to go to lunch. Yeah. Go ass go. Go. It's very educational. It's very, very educational. Yeah, it is. And you see, but look what happened, Rachel. When we moved into the business aspect of it, because now we're in a different discipline, the approval of expenses. See, that's not about, the Ali Act is an issue of law. Over here, we're talking about an issue of business where Rachel is an expert in that. T. Orlando Pearson is a legal expert, without a doubt. If you teach you can teach a course on constitutional law, you qualify as a legal expert. That's a legal expert. Okay. Rachel Donaire is a boxing expert because she is a licensed manager with experience in negotiating these specific deals from a business aspect. So once we get off the legal aspect of it, which is the transparency, and we shift over to the business aspect of it, which is the approval, yesterday she put to bed the necessity for approval. You don't need the approval. You don't need approval. You need a ceiling, you need a percentage and a ceiling. You need to know the percentage and the ceiling. The ceiling is what you agree not to extend. Not more than, and Rachel did it with me. I said, would you accept 10? She's like, hell no, I ain't take no 10. That's way too high. I was like, oops. Right? Because she went into real negotiation mode. 10% is too high. How would she know that? Because she has negotiated a lot of deals. So no, say it's 7, 6, 8, something like that. Like, okay, will you agree to, we're going to cap it at 7.5? Yes. But then you're going to actually tell me what the percentages are, right? Yes. Now, am I going to give you approval over it? No. Why wouldn't I give you approval over it? Because there's certain information that you don't need to know. Definitely ahead of time. Like how much I'm going to pay my fighters. They're not your fighters. And you're not going to be, I'm not going to say that you get a right to choose which fighter and how much fighters get paid on a card that you're not the promoter on. Right? And I'm probably bastardizing what she said, but that's the gist of it. That's the gist of it. That's the gist of it. So out goes all of that crap you talking about transparency from a legal aspect. Now, what would be real nice is if we get an attorney that is expert in boxing matches specifically, and we probably wouldn't have to go through all of this. However, you can get there with a combination of a federal litigator and a Hall of Fame level boxing manager. You go into the Hall of Fame, baby. Rachel, just so you know, as a non-participant, she's going to the Boxing Hall of Fame. More than likely. She has a great argument for the Boxing Hall of Fame, just so you know. Anyway, you get to that. So out goes the transparency issue. Out goes the I need approval of expenses issue. Business logic could throw out all that I'm making this money nonsense, because who's going to lose money? Ain't nobody in the business to lose money. Especially if now all I need is somebody that works for the CIA or the FBI. Because, bro, I told you, as soon as Daniel Kinahan was involved with that fight, he said, neither a boxing commission nor an attorney general may disclose to the public any matter furnished by a promoter under Section 3, except to the extent required by legal proceeding, i.e. purse. Oh, what? Neither a boxing commission nor an attorney general, wow, nor an attorney general may disclose to the public any matter furnished by a promoter under the Section 13 except to the extent required by a legal proceeding, i.e. purse. Neither a boxing commission nor an attorney general may disclose to the public any matter furnished by a promoter under Section 13, except to the extent required in a legal proceedings. Huh. Or somebody from the IRS. Oh, the IRS is a legal proceeding, bro. They got to tell the IRS, bro. Neither a boxing commission nor an attorney general. I'm not sure what the attorney general is. The boxing commission. The state, the Nevada State Athletic Commission may disclose to the public any matter furnished by a promoter under Section 13. And Section 13 is the disclosure of the profits, except to the extent required by a legal. Why do you bring that up? Let her back on. I mean, if she wants to come on, she can always say, send me the link. She wants to drop the link. Yeah, that's cool. We had 3 hours and 36 minutes. Man, y'all be talking. Yeah, for sure. There you go. Yeah, I'm not going to turn out. We got it. Doggone, man. She's co-channel owner now. Yeah, I dropped it. Yeah, if she wants to. I don't understand that. Yeah, she have to explain why she used that. Because I don't even remember what I was talking about that would have generated that comment. She said 5 and talk you back down. What? She said 5 and talk you back down. I don't understand what that means. Oh, she said 5 and talk me down. Yeah, that's actually a negotiation. Oh, said Fanon, thanks Fanon for breaking that down. I got it now. Hey, yeah, no worries, man. No worries, bro. Ooh-wee. Yeah, no worry. I'll give you a second. No worries. And we can do it. Let's do about 15 minutes. And then I gotta roll in about 15 minutes, man. I may just take my family left. You know how much that sucks? Every time my family goes out of town, man. God dog, that sucks. Yeah, if time does fly when you have it. People keep saying sources say, because people saying sources say commission said this. Oh, that they can't tell you. Oh, okay. The commission said this. The commission said that they can't tell you the specifics of it. Okay. All right, cool. That's what's up. I'm going to probably bounce out of here, though, Rachel, because I actually, I got to do some work. Fanon, I appreciate the live. I'm in lunch break right now. Yeah, man, it's good stuff, bro. Yeah, my wife. I'm going to wait for Rachel. I'm going to wait for Rachel. I'm going to let her on because I like that, man. No worries. No, seriously, I so much enjoy it. I learned so much. Like, really, 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 I learned a lot. Somebody better not be biting Kamal Oz. Yes?
Fanon, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. What's going on, Kamal?
Well, hey, I just got to give you big props on the video. I'm glad you did the video that I requested, and it started this great collaboration with you and Rachel Donaire, who's an expert. She adds even more to your live streams, which are great. You know, I always listen to them. So I'm glad that the fruit of your labor and helping and doing that video that I requested has established this great collaboration and communication with her. I want to go back to you made a great video the other day about Crawford and the call out he said where, what did he say? Spin the block or whatever. He did the same thing when Errol was fighting Ugas to get that third belt. He made this video in an ocean where he's like, "Where are you at, Errol? I'm looking for you. Where's Mr. Big Fish? I can't find you." It's all smoke and mirrors, man. He always does this when he knows Errol has something lined up. And Crawford made his own bed when he did something that was really stupid. There was obviously a dispute in what his worth was, what he was bringing to the fight. And he went out on his own on an unknown app and fought a nobody, people who didn't even in America, most people didn't know. I knew him because I saw him on a PBC card against Lamont Peterson years ago, and Lamont Peterson beat him easily in Abinesian. But he lessened his market value even more with that move. And now Errol's going to probably fight Keith Thurman because that's been ordered. So anybody can eliminate the narrative from the Bud Buddies, the Crawford camp, that's a duck or a cherry. It's not. Keith Thurman only lost once, and it was to Manny Pacquiao. And many people thought that he could have, ended up edging that, or it could have been a draw. And that fight has been ordered. So Errol's going to take care of business. But this smoke and mirrors campaign that Crawford has done for years, trying to generate interest in his bum bashes. I shouldn't use that term, but I'm just going to use it anyway, for lack of better words.
Bum bash.
Bum bashing. Off of the back of Jermell Charlo's name, just like Jermell has said this. Jermell has said this many times, and Errol Spence's name, to generate interest in his fights, which are bogus fights. This guy can't sign with PBC, can't sign with Al Heyman. He and his camp have all these negative things to say about Al Heyman. Tell me why guys are coming off the boat, off the plane. I don't know where they're coming to America from Cuba. And the first thing that they do is sign with Al Heyman. David Morrell Jr. People leave Top Rank. Yordenis Ugas was mistreated by Top Rank. He left, immediately signed with Al Heyman. Now he's got a key to the city of Miami. He's posting pictures on social media with his yachts. He's made it big. Yordenis Ugas. Ugas. Yeah. He was previously with Top Rank, had a couple of losses. Then he changed his trainer, and he's made it big. He got a key to the city of Miami. He posts stuff with his watches and stuff like this. The guy's clearly made it. Louis Ortiz. 2 fights with Deontay Wilder. He changed his life completely, and his daughter has the medical care that she needs. You have people coming from other countries like Sergey Lipinets that are signing with Al Heyman. So when I said in that live stream, Fanon, I think it was 3 or 4 months ago, when I called Terrence Crawford a clown, and people were like, no, we can't say that. My opinion doesn't change. He's a clown. He's a liar. He's someone who has got, and if you look at him and Bomac and all that camps, their post about Errol Spence Jr., it's not just negative. It is hateful. It is vengeful. Those people are jealous of Errol and where he's gotten. Think about it. We knew about Crawford way back in 2014 when he fought, what's his name? That Cuban guy. God, his name escapes me right now. On HBO, that was Crawford, when he fought that Cuban guy.
Yuriorkis Gamboa.
Gamboa. That's when we knew about Crawford and his coming out party. When did we learn about Errol? When did the world know about Errol? When he had that knockout win on that NBC card. Years later, Leonard Bundu, the guy who Keith Thurman knocked down once but struggled with. So Errol went from this guy who was the boogeyman to the money man working with Al Heyman. So and this is the thing. This is when people have agendas, Fanon, is the same things that Crawford and his camp are saying about Al Heyman and Errol Spence, calling him slave masters about Al Heyman, ridiculous things, awful things. And I'm not mentioning any names here. I would refuse to do that. I respect you, and I don't operate with calling other people out. But if a white person had said the very same things that Crawford and his camp was saying about Al Heyman, reporting about his mom being sick, putting that personal business out, they would be up in arms. They would be making videos about it. If it was Canelo or if it's Triple G, somebody who wasn't quote unquote off code or on code. So the selective outrage by Crawford's many fraudulent actions lets me know who I can trust, who I can listen to, who I can support. And you said it perfectly well, Fanon, a couple weeks ago. These people want to talk about supporting Black-owned businesses. Do I even know who runs BLK Prime? I'll tell you what, I'm in sales. And I sell to, like ethnic markets or something like that. So let's say there's a Hispanic, bakery or something like that. A lot of times the owners behind those ethnic marketplaces or gas stations, they're not of that same ethnic group. So I was selling to a Hispanic meat market in East LA. and the owner was an Arab lady, because people operate to make money, period. So I don't know who's behind BLK Prime, but I will tell you this. I do support Black-owned businesses, but just because somebody says, oh, this person's Black, we got to support him. No. Would you support Jeffrey Dahmer if he was Black? Do you support O.J. Simpson?
No.
No, we support people.
I can tell you let me do a couple things real quick. Come on.
Yeah.
Just real quick. Dark Truth said, I like this information. It is getting, I like that this info is getting out, but the business of boxing and politics, blocking fight isn't a satisfactory answer anymore. It's not. Not on this, because this is not politics. It's a decision. George Wood said, good afternoon, Fanon and chat room. Y'all enjoy your day and be safe. Spence wins. Yes, sir, brother. We'll see. We'll see it. Well, we don't know because he got to fight. Chin Check Charles said, yo, Fanon, why can't boxers post the contracts they send to other boxers online to prove fans the terms? Is this legal or illegal or something? Rachel, I think, is talking about NDAs. Are you there?
Yes.
I was talking and I was on mute. That was amazing. So when I saw that question, I already pulled up one of the promotional agreements that are in my inbox. And I'll just read it. Line 11, additional terms. The terms of this agreement shall remain confidential and should not be disclosed by the fighter or fighter's representatives without the written consent of promoter, except to the extent necessary to comply with tax disclosures. So in layman's terms, you cannot say anything about the terms of the agreements that you're under without their written consent. They can't, and you definitely cannot post it.
Yeah, unless for some reason you get that modified, which they would probably not do because there's no interest in them doing that. So
correct.
Yeah, so more than likely, yeah, I would say more than, because I got to stick with Orlando for Orlando catch me on something and say more than likely no, it's going to be a non-disclosure, it's going to be confidential information, and I think that's close to a trade secret. Because if you're letting people know how much you're paying your fighters, then somebody can either just come $1, $10 ahead if you know how they're structuring it, because I'm sure there's a lot of competition for that. So
yeah, especially when there's a free agent that's, let's just say, like someone coming out of the Olympics and they're getting bids from all over the place, and they find out, let's just say he got 1 million from promoter A, and then promoter B knows about it. He goes, well, give him 1 million one. Like, now we beat them. You know what I'm saying? Like, or they're giving him only 4 hotel rooms, give him 5 or 6. Like, you could play these numbers game if it's all public record. And of course, no one's going to want to do that.
Like, for example, if you say we're negotiating with the PBC and you told them that you are paying me 35% of the net with no guarantee and a dual rematch clause, and you were so happen to be in a gas station and revealing this information to a YouTube channel, may that be a violation of trust?
Yes, it can be. I mean, you'd have to, of course, I'm not in law, but I'm always, I think it happens, right? We talk to people who are our friends or our associates. I have been very used to, saying things that maybe shouldn't be said. I'm guilty of it as well. But it's, first of all, it's always behind closed doors. Second of all, anyone that I know has a channel or an outlet in any type of way, I'm always like, off the record. I don't care if we're having drinks and Nonito says something, I'm like, off the record. And they know. The thing is, I have that power with him that if this fool releases what I just said or what Nonito said and I told him off the record, he's not getting access to Nonito ever again. So it's in their best interest to keep it, between us, because you're not supposed to. Because these boxers, they just talk and talk and talk, right? Like, not thinking it's going to be of any harm, because they think like a confidentiality clause isn't enforceable.
Yeah, I mean, really, there are a lot of, and that's a good point that you bring up. There are a lot of things in agreements that are not enforceable. Like the fact that you contract for it and you agree to it doesn't mean that you're able to actually enforce that. Like you can't enforce something that's illegal. You can't strike a contract with somebody to move 10 kilos of cocaine. And if they don't do it, you sue them. Doesn't matter. It's not in the public interest. So they will say, yeah, everything other than the fact that this is against public interest stands, but you cannot contract for things that are illegal. There are some times where you have non-competition clauses, right? Non-compete clauses. You have to very, very narrowly define your non-competition clause, because depending on the state, like if you're in Illinois, it's a right to work state. So they're not going to say, well, okay, you told me that if I come to work for you and you quit, you can't work in this industry for 10 years. They'll be like, yeah, you agreed to that, but we're not going to enforce it, because we're not going to put people in the situation where they knowingly or unknowingly limit their ability to work. It's just not in the public interest to do so. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
yeah, so confidentiality agreements and things like that. I mean, but the more from a negotiation standpoint is the reason. I mean, I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't have brought up that particular example, but if you're talking about it just in a negotiation period, and you're saying, okay, I'm trying to negotiate, and and everything is fair, and you're literally telling other people everything that I'm offering you, right?
Yes.
And they're matching it. That's just a breach of faith. You know what I mean? If it's not a breach of contract, it's a breach of faith. And to me, it looks like you may be in this. I don't care what you're negotiating with. Like you could be negotiating you can be negotiating to marry a dude. And you're like, yeah, I'll marry you. But let me make I don't know. Hey, ask me next month. Right? While you're this whole time waiting for this other guy to ask you, right? And you wake up, hey, well, I'm sorry. Well, I said, yeah, I'm sorry. No, I can't do that. And the week later, you married this dude. You were in negotiations with both at the same time. And there's a little bit, if you disclose that that's the case, like in the issue that you put out where you're an Olympic boxer and everybody's making you offers, then you can assume that these people are doing that. But to assume it on one side, it just makes it look to me like you were trying to use this as leverage to get that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think honestly, like with the whole thing, like with, being talking to two at the same time, and then slipping out and finding out like there was a side chick the entire time, right? I mean, could we do something where, first of all, yeah, there's a reason why these contracts aren't coming out, right? There's a confidentiality and non-disclosure. Could they have put in there that there's a first negotiation that upon the parties will negotiate exclusively in good faith for a period of like, let's just say 90 days. That way they can't go out and go and find a side chick while we're talking. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you could put a non-exclusive. Yeah, they do that a lot in government contracts, like where you have.
I just show myself. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Somebody working on government contracts. They do that. And you do that when there's like an RFP out and you say, hey, you and I can partner. You're like a partnering agreement. They'll have that. So we agree not to work or, share information with anybody else. If this contract comes through, then we agree to exclusivity. Yeah. So yeah, there is. It usually when I've seen exclusivity, it's exclusivity in that regard. But you can definitely do that and say, hey, or you have a non-confidential, but that really the confidentiality agreement covers whether or not you're going to share the information that I'm giving you with somebody else.
Correct.
So if you have a confidentiality agreement, there you should not be able to do that unless you're violating your confidentiality agreement. Like, you know what I mean? So, but there may not be. There's another thing related to that is whether or not if you violate something that you can actually prove damages, right?
Yeah.
So you can say, okay, yeah, you violated a non-disclosure agreement. What damages did I have as a result of that? And that's usually it's reliance, restitution, expectation. There's different standards of different categories of damages that you would have to claim, right? Did I waste money? Did I take these? And then they probably could. They could say that directly resulted in me, losing revenue from these fights that I didn't make. I mean, if they wanted to go that route, but it's just a lot of. To me, it's more about, what was your intention when you went in? And when you said, yeah, we're almost here, we got this deal. If I agree to this, if you agree to this, then I'll fight you. But you didn't have any intention. That's just bad faith negotiation. And when you deal with somebody in bad faith, for me, it would be very hard for me to go back. That's like shame happens once, shame on you. Happens twice, shame on me.
Yes.
Hey, come on, you still there, brother?
Yeah, I'm going to sign off because I talk too much, but just in signing off, I want to say it was a pleasure to share this microphone, this time with you and Rachel. And I'm going to give a shout out to Donito, because when I saw his last fight on PBC, he was saying that his father was a victim of hate crimes. So we got to stop Asian hate. We got to stop all hate. We all bleed the same, even though we have different, skin colors or whatever. There's zero reason to hate anybody, period. And last thing I'll say is, you were responsible for your actions. So when it comes to Crawford, he made a horrible move. He already has low market value. Folks like Rolly Romero was saying that he doesn't sell. Everybody knows he doesn't sell. He sneakily backdoored into that Black Prime negotiating. He has standalone numbers from his most recent fight in terms of pay-per-view buys, what his value is on the market. Now we're going to have Errol with standalone market value in his next fight against Keith Thurman. So we'll compare the two. Yesterday's offer is not the same because you made a dumb decision. And at the end of the day, I'm kind of over it, man. If we see the fight, great. If we don't, we don't. Because in the end, to me, this guy held up all these different PBC fighters' careers. Errol could have fought a second time, not just Errol, Stanionis. He could have fought Stanionis in the interim. And if it were me, Errol's a bigger man than I would, because I would just, throw my hands up and say, hey, you ruined it, man. And the way you're talking bad about me and calling me a drunk and all this other stuff, you're not as big as you think you are. And if there is a fight, Errol's a bigger person than 99% of us because of the disrespect that he did. Look at Demetrius Andrade. Al gave Demetrius Andrade and Steven Espinoza a third shot. And that's how good these people are. So that's all I have to say, Fanon. You have a good one. And thank you, Rachel.
All right, brother.
Thanks. So that was the guy who connected us somehow, some way?
Yeah, Kamal Oz said, did you hear the interview? First of all, I heard it on YSM. Shout out to YSM Sports Media. I watch pretty much everything that comes out of YSM Sports Media. Very, 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 very good. Because they got, they're out of Jerron Ennis's gym. So I'm out of Philadelphia. So I'm a big fan of Philadelphia, number one. And number two, I'm a big fan of that channel because, they really do. The guys that they interview really know the sports in the gym. Those are the type of YouTube channels that I'll watch. And they did the interview with you. So I watched that and I listened to it. And then he also saw that interview and he requested that I make the video specifically about it. I had made a video before. I'd mentioned it in another video, but I didn't put the name Donaire at the end of it. I didn't put it, but in the video that he requested, I put Donaire in there. So that's how it got to your people, because it had your name in the end. But I actually I had talked about what you said several times.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never even talked to YSM before that interview. I was actually at the WBA, and one of my guys, young YB, Young Billionaire Boxing.
Hold on. Young YB from the UK?
No.
Okay.
He's from Texas.
Oh no, Young Billionaire. Yeah, the YouTube channel, Young Billionaire. That's a good dude. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gotten really, he's one of those YouTubers that Nonito gave a chance to and was like, all right, come out. Nonito doesn't care that, at that point he wasn't monetized yet and all this stuff. He's like, come out, let's see if you're a good dude. And after the first, I go, listen, he won't accept you. You'll know if he accepts you in, because he'll invite you to eat. And so the first and second day, Nonito didn't invite him to eat. But the third day, he's like, hey, you want to grab some lunch? And ever since then, he's been part of the family. So long story short, the WBA convention was over. He's like, hey, I didn't want to bother you, but I have a request. I'm like, what's up? He goes, I got this guy. He wants to interview you, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, I know the boys are coming at 5. Do you think we could do it at 4 before the boys come in? I'm like, yeah, for sure. And then that's how I met YSM, but I never talked to him before that.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Well, he's come by the channel several times. I've seen his work. He does good work. I think he and I had an argument for like 5 seconds because I mixed him up for this other guy, YB. So I was a little bit not quite happy with him. But no, he's a good dude, and I do like his work. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should a lot of these guys will get your stuff out there. He really will.
Well, the thing is that like I was never trying to get myself out there, right? It's like people ask me questions and then it goes down a dark rabbit hole, right? And we go for days talking about like just what we did, which was so much fun with talking to, what was that guy's name? T. Orlando?
Yeah, T. Orlando, yeah.
Yeah, that was fun, right? Like I was like, oh, like, because you never know how these organic conversations go, which is why I like it better than, like, okay, so you're going to interview me, so here's your list of questions. Organic to me is better because you go through these twists and turns like how we just did, and you come back into the yellow brick road, right? And you go to Oz, whatever.
Right.
But that's how everybody, like, because you could do content, and then someone like T. Orlando will have this question, and then you have to come back to it later and then come back to it again because there was a response from that, and go back and forth. So this kind of conversation is great because anybody who has the questions that maybe T. Orlando did or had another question that was similar, like we're going down the road on both sides. Like that's, like I said, why, law is so great, because it's like okay, so what's the argument on the other side? This is the argument. Okay, well, this is what's the fact of the matter on record. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you guys were talking about I can never say that damn word. Reciprocity. Reciprocity. When you guys were talking about that, I looked at Nonito. I go, don't we have to apply for every license to every state that you fight? He goes, yes. He goes, I don't know why you're asking that. You're the one who does it. And I was like, I'm just double checking. And he was like, why? And I was like, promoters. He goes, I'm pretty sure that they have the same thing. And so that's why I called Nevada State Commission.
There you go.
So,
and it gets around to the answer because Orlando is not like, he thinks but duck, just be honest, like straight to it. But at the same time, it's critical thinking. Like I would say less law and more, laws are rules. You know what I mean? Like that's what it is. Like a lot of, when you go to law school, you'll understand real quick that it is primarily about rules, right? So we talked about what goes to federal court and what doesn't go to federal court. There's a rule, right? So the rule is that the states, and if you guys want to leave, you guys can leave. I'm going to go through this. There's a rule, right? So we have 50 states, and I got an issue with you. Is it going to be who is going to hear it, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Who has a jurisdiction? And he corrected me because he's a constitutional law teacher, right? So he was like jurisdiction and venue and correcting my language, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the rule is that, and he knows a lot of the rules that I don't know, but the high level rule is that, first of all, everything that is with the states decide everything that is not specifically assigned to the federal government by the U.S. Constitution. So you get the basic question of states' rights and what goes to the feds. So one thing that will trigger going to the feds is this. If you have two entities, whether it's a person or a corporation, that live in two different states, so that is diversity of citizenship. If there is diversity of citizenship, it goes to the federal court and over a certain dollar amount, right?
Yeah.
Over like some minimal dollar amount. Then it goes to the feds. If there is not diversity of citizenship, then it goes to the state, and then you have to go into conflict of laws and all kind of different stuff like that. But it's just a series of rules. You know what I mean? So it allows you, but there is a way that you interpret and apply them, which is this. You look at the issue. What's the question? And then you look at whatever the question is, that's what the issue is. Then you try to figure out what rule applies, and you argue about what rule applies. Then you apply the facts to the rule, and you draw a conclusion. And then whatever conclusion that you make based on that, whoever the arbitrator is makes the decision, right? So, but when you talk about like reciprocity, right, you actually are able to touch the subject matter from a very practical sense. You know that, oh, I can't, I have to be licensed in this state or licensed in that state. So you actually have more understanding, I would say, more understanding of how the laws work in boxing than Orlando would have, because he doesn't know the rules. You know the actual state rules, but you learn them through the application of the rules and being subject to the rules, which is why a lot of times your HR person in a company will know more about HR law than somebody that is doing, they may be a bankruptcy attorney. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if
And
I
that's
went
why, no, and that's why I said on YSM, like you really need an entertainment lawyer that really is like focused on boxing, with these contracts, because they understand it. Getting a divorce lawyer doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, they'll understand a little bit of it, but how everything works, like when it applies to the business of boxing, is totally different.
Right. Or why, or if it's a good, if it's good for you or not.
Correct.
like whether or not you should try to enforce this or you shouldn't try to enforce this, because that's the subtleties of being a professional in the area. And also, I was very serious about that Hall of Fame. You guys are there any married couples in the Hall of Fame?
I don't think so.
I think that there's probably managers in the Hall of Fame that have accomplished less than you have. And there are definitely, Nonito Donaire is a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's without a doubt. I mean, if Tim Bradley got in, Nonito's going to get in. Can't imagine he's not. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, and he's not done with his career, so I mean,
No.
I literally don't know like anybody that's really like kept coming back up, So it's been a fun ride. It's not over yet. So
so
that's
leave that Hall of Fame talk alone. You ain't retired. I'm sorry.
And I believe you have to be retired for 5 years. Like you can't like retire, then unretire, and then retire, retire. They make sure like it has to be 5 consecutive years before they even consider you to be in. So you have to have some time into retirement, I guess.
Good morning.
Bob, what?
Good morning. Good morning. Nah, she didn't change her voice. It's me.
Oh, okay. It's the star. It's no. Hey, nice to meet you, sir. How are you, man?
I'm good, brother. I'm good, man. I'm blessed.
That's all right, man. So what's next for you, brother?
Well, for me, just getting back into the drawing board, trying to get back into that spot, she aligned me to be fighting for a title next year. I mean, we got four options. So we can play with anybody. Whoever plays hard to get, we got another option. So, again, she plays the game really well. She understands the game. She knows how to align people. Even though I lose, I'm still right there, contention to ready for another fight. And that's just how it is with the business. When somebody learns or knows how to do it properly, they know that. I mean, especially I've been in the game for the longest time, so my name has a big it has a big weight in it, and so
Yes,
she can
very much
petition. Yeah, thank you. So she can petition to get me ranked, and regardless if the whoever disagrees, there's a lot of people behind it who still wants me to go up in there. And for me, I told B Hop, I said, listen, man, I'm coming after your record. You know that, right?
That's what's up. Hey, but you got good news yesterday though. Then Monster got the WBO Super, so he gets a shot at Steve Fulton in the next weight class. So I understand. Like I think you were explaining, you guys were looking to fight for that vacant, trying to make sure the WBC title was vacant, and that you fought Maloney for the WBC, for a vacant WBC. So I think Nonito, I think that Monster Inoue, and I'm sorry to hear about your glove stuff. Won't draw you into
I
that.
mean, things happen, things happen, and that's something that, like they say, you got to protect yourself at all time. So for me, I got somebody behind me who I got to learn to listen more, because she's very, very knowledgeable, and she's just very feisty. I'm just always chill. I think that everybody has good heart, and I think that everybody's going to do me right. But that's not the case in this world. People are going to take advantage. And regardless if I think I have the biggest respect, and regardless if I do have the biggest respect towards the other person, not the other person behind them probably will do their best to look out for their fighter like she's looking out for me. And so now with what happened last time, I got to learn to protect myself, but I got to learn to listen to her, because she's there for me. I got to let her fight her fight, because for me, my fight is in the ring. Behind that, her fight's behind outside of the ring. So I got to let her do that. And I just been too nice to everybody, and I've always been in that level where I just trust everybody, and I think because I have the biggest for me, I have the confidence in myself. I have the confidence in myself that regardless if they're cheating, regardless if this and this and that, I can still uh beat them. But
Yeah,
sometimes you gotta play fair, and that's why I'm always in the drug testing. I'm all about it. I'm all about, now she's fighting for me, and I'm gonna let her fight for me. If
man.
the glove is not right, or if this is not right, I'm gonna let her do her job. For me, I'm just gonna do what I need to do with the conscience in my head that, what, everything's been taken care of, and I'm gonna take care of myself inside that ring. And then I gotta start relying on other people, because that's what messed me up the last fight. I'm not giving any excuse, because I think the Monster is a terrific fighter.
Uh-huh. Yeah, man. But at the same time, man, and again, man, I just talking to you like I just met you, being real about it. Not because I'm not a journalist, this is a boxing fan, right? But we all have our, what I mean? We all have our experiences in life. And I can tell you for certain, if you're a good guy and you're somebody that basically is prone, like you don't want confrontation. Like I know you fight and you'll whoop somebody, right? But I mean, like if you're generally somebody that does not enjoy verbal confrontation, does not like to do that,
That is me.
yeah, yeah, that's what it is. You need somebody that will do that for you. Just you need
Right.
that, right? Like
Yeah.
for me and my wife, I will ask you a million, like for example, Rachel understood what we were talking about. That's not easy. I mean, and I mean that. Like that was a constant. The guy, I don't know if you listened to it, but T. Orlando is, I mean, he is an attorney, but he's a federal litigator. So when he
Yeah.
asked the question about that particular clause in the Ali Act disclosure, right? Your wife immediately knew what questions to ask, and she
Right.
knew where to go get the answers to the question, and was willing to push back and see what the answer was. Where a lot of people might just fold and be like, "Well, I guess you're right. Guess it doesn't
Right.
apply." You know what I mean?
And
So
then
not,
that's why with me, no matter what I try to say or make up a story, she always gets me, because she has evidence behind everything.
yeah,
you
but you
know,
need that,
I
man.
mean, that's that. When we were working with our former promotion and stuff like that, and all the other promotion that we had, when she was with me, she always asked the question. She always had the evidence, and then she researched she researched it all, and that's why they can't contest what she's saying. And this is why she knows what she's talking about, is because she's been there, she's done that, and she's experienced it enough, that a lot of not just my former ones. I mean, all the just people that I see from the lowest to the highest, they're gonna take advantage of every fighter, because fighters are always gonna say, you know what, I got it, I'm gonna fight it.
Yeah, I just want to fight. I want to do what I'm good at. I'm good at getting the ring, and I know I can beat
Right.
this.
And that's the thing, is we train for that. That's all we trained for. You tell us a math question, I'm like, I don't know what the hell. My son asked me a math question, I'm just like, son, you got to go to your mom, because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And he's only in fifth grade. I mean, smarter than fifth grader, I'm not, obviously. you
No,
know
no, no. You let me,
so
bro. Man, everybody has silos of expertise. If I
right.
was to ask you, I mean, and dudes, I'm sorry, I'm on this one because you lived. Just think about this, man. I mean this as a young man, because how old are you? Are you 42?
I'm 40. Yeah.
You're 40. Yeah, so you're like 13 years younger than me, so I can call you a young man. All right, not that person. What you call you, young man?
Yes,
Brother,
sir.
you have had 24 hours in a day for 365 days a year for 40 years. And you have never been lazy. You've always been trying. I mean, it's give and take here and there, right? But
Yeah.
you've always been working towards a goal. You've been very successful at every goal you've tried to achieve. You've overcome challenges, right? You've done things people didn't think you could do. You maybe had some downs which come with life, right? But you are no less educated or no less expert than anybody else because you filled your day with being productive. Your
Right.
wife has done the same thing during the time, but you're going to be productive at different things.
Right.
And you just got to get the ego out of it, not you, the ego out of it that says, hey, man, because I'm so successful, I'm the world's best boxer. Because, brother, at a point in time, bro, you are definitely 1, 2, 3 of the best world boxers on the planet. And I don't think many people would argue about that, right? Like you reached a skill set that very, 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 very few people ever experience. So you know about that. She can probably get to where you are in that as far as the expertise that she has in the things that she does. And when you don't box and you spend your time learning graphic design, I listened to what your wife said about graphic design, about those things, you'll get every bit as good as at that as you were at boxing. It may not put you on the you may not go to HBO for it, but you get my point, bro.
Right.
Sorry,
No, 100%. I mean, that's all I pretty much, and that's what I'm saying. Like all fighters, that's all we do is we train. We train to fight. And then this is something that for me, there's just fighters will always fight, regardless if people say they're ducking all that stuff. Is because of the fact that they have bad advice, bad people advising them. Because at least for me as a fighter, I've always been the type of person who'll fight anybody, right? And because I don't have an advisor except for my wife, I always just say, you know what, give me that fight, and she'll go run and get that fight for me. A lot of fighters, they will listen, and sometimes because they don't know what they're talking about, they're going to try to talk like they know what they're talking about, but they end up not speaking the right way or not looking like they know what they're talking about. And the thing about it, I mean, like, again, giving respect for fighters regardless of what came out of their mouth, because sometimes I do the same thing. I say stupid shit because I thought that this is how it's supposed to sound. But
right.
I believe behind it all is the advising part of a fighter, because I mean, they didn't get themselves there. They got themselves in the ring there, but they were led to get there. They were led, and they're gonna listen to those people regardless if those people don't have the knowledge or the understanding, but they're gonna stick to their crew, because this is how we are as a fighter. We grew up in the street, so for us it's like the people we grew up with, the people that got us there, the loyalty, the street mentality, regardless if we think that we know what the hell we're talking about. I resign my mouth and my thoughts to my wife is because I know that I can sound very ignorant when I talk about stuff, because especially with business and stuff like that. That's not my game. That's not my job. My job is to win fights. That's why kings have advisors and all this other stuff. Presidents and politicals, they have advisors and all this stuff, because they can't do it by themselves. And when a fighter starts thinking that they know what if they allow themselves to believe in their specialties, which is fighting, and allow the other people's specialty, not the trainers, not the people that came up from the back and convince you to do this or to do that, is the right people, the people who have the education, the people who read contracts, the people this and that. When you can create those team, of experts, you as a fighter, and being that, then that's when you can be led to the proper part of where you should be as in your potential. Like Mayweather has great advisors. Mayweather, it's not just Mayweather making the decision. It's people behind him that did it. It's people, before that getting into the level of Mayweather, the money Mayweather. Before he was pretty boy Floyd. Before Pretty Boy Floyd, he didn't know nothing about boxing, and he started getting advice from people. Like with me, when we had a prominent manager or a person in the business world who had the connection for everybody. He advised me to, at that time, because I was ranked number two, three to number one, depends on how you look at the pound per pound. They came up to me, and he's still a good friend of mine till this day. But he was saying to me that, you know what, I can get you there to that level of Mayweather, because I can get TMZ, I can get all these people to back it all up, but I need you controversy. I need controversy, and he wanted me to cheat on my wife, even though I wasn't cheating my wife, but he wanted me to go here or this and this and that, hook up with this person, hook up with this celebrity, and just create this whole scenario of me being this guy, and people love all that controversy. But I told him right off the bat, I said, I can't. That's not me. I'm not gonna. I mean, he looks good, and I can earn a lot of money probably. But that's not my integrity. That's not my character, and I'm not gonna sell myself for that. I got to a point because I fought my ass off. But I'm not gonna trade my integrity for that. But a lot of people will. And the thing with the fighters, again, going back into it, is their advice wrong, and they're going to listen to what the money is what the picture is given to them, regardless if it's looking down on your personality or whatever. I mean, the person that I met, example, when I met Floyd, with all this flashes and all that stuff, but behind it all, man, we had just chopping it up, talking about life, and there was no all this and stuff like that. But yeah, that's how he rolled, but that's the way he portrayed himself and live in that way, and fighters tend to follow that suit. But for me, I've always, granted that I have a person to really I admire and respect, that I didn't fall for that kind of stuff, and everybody, it's not wrong, it's just priority of people, what makes you happy, and again, going back into the initial conversation, fighters are advised wrong. Fighters, are they're not certain of who they are, because all they know is fighting, and then when they're talking about business, they're going to try to feel like they know the business, and so with them, they make those choices. They look at it as a business rather than as a personal. Like, again, going with me, I could look at it as a business, and could have made money, could have been one of those people that made it out, but I didn't, because that was just my personality. With them and everybody else, they're going to listen to that, because some people, they're going to compete with themselves with Floyd Mayweather. They want to go beyond that. You can look at Devin Haney, you can look at Bud Crawford and all these other guys. Maybe that's why, Tank, all these guys, and they're going to try to sell themselves that way. And you see the formula, and there's nothing wrong with the formula that Mayweather has given to all these young fighters, but ultimately it all comes down to, are you being, is that okay? What you're doing, is that okay with what you have within you? Like, but they're calling him Duck. If it's for him, I guess it's okay. I mean, he goes out there and he goes out and speak like he knows what he's talking about. And honestly, he's a friend of mine, but honestly, he doesn't know what he's talking about at times. When he went into to Instagram. But I got the biggest respect for him. I think he's a tremendous fighter. And you got Spence, who's coming out there and speaking all this stuff. What will we, for me as a fan, we want to make the fight happen, right? But again, I think that there's just so many advice that disrespected both parties, and that's what makes it harder, is because their ego is on the line. And that's an unfortunate thing, is the ego when it speaks, and when you're being advised wrongly, or advised in a way that you're looking at the picture of money rather than the picture of legendary, then it makes a whole difference of the decision that you make.
Yeah, that was, hey man, I appreciate that, man. You know, I don't have any argument with you because you're the expert. But that's interesting, man. That's really, I'm glad to see that you didn't do that, man. I really am. Because you've always represented yourself as somebody that is just a very, very solid character, man. Now, yeah, that's all I can really say, man. I'm kind of
And
speechless.
Fanon, that I was at that table when they were discussing it. And because he's a friend of ours, like he was just like, listen, it's just business. I'm like, dude, I'm not making the decision. Let him make the decision. He's like, I'm not sleeping with a porn star.
I wasn't really sleeping with her. I mean, I probably could. Yeah. But
What do you say?
No,
What do
because
you?
the whole story was like, he's like, I need to get you on TMZ. It wasn't just any celebrity. He's like, I'm going to get you cheating with a porn star. And, you know, I was just sitting there at the table, just quiet, like, okay, like, this is really going to work. I think this is going to crash and burn. But I didn't say anything. It was Nonito that said, he's like, well, and like, he looked at me real quick. And then the guy said, well, you don't really have to sleep with her. I mean, if you want to, you can. But the whole point is the point is it's supposed to be gossip. It's supposed to be drama, right?
Hey, if that was the case for me, you know, I go big or I go home. So
You have to go all the way.
Hey,
I
man.
mean, it
exactly.
can't just be a
I
rumor,
can't
right?
fake it, man. I just can't fake it.
Oh God, hey man, I don't even know what to say. God dog. Yeah, man, go big or go home, huh?
Right.
Wow, it's really
Yeah.
like that out there, huh? God dog.
Yeah,
Man,
I
I've
think
heard.
the narrative is always like you got to be like, you know, Floyd. And I think we were caught in the middle of you got to be like Floyd or you got to be like Manny, right? Like so in the very early stages like we were trying to keep up. Like we were supposed to wear these
Designers
you're
spent so much money on design in the past.
yeah, spend money on designers, wear flashy jewelry and all this stuff. And eventually we're like, the hell are we doing this for? Like, so then people like see that we're wearing designers. Like, we're not trying to be on Preview magazine as like a fashion icon or anything like that. We're just trying to do what we do in boxing. And if you know, we need to be our most authentic self because we're not in it for that, right? So, you know, early on, we're like, screw this. Like, I'll tell you straight up, like, there's a WBA event, and I went, and a lot of people were like, it was a formal event, and they were like, well, wow, like, what designer are you wearing? And I'm like, Walmart. And they're like, what? And I'm like, Walmart. They're like, you're joking. And I literally had to show them the picture. I was like, literally, I bought it on Walmart.com, and it was $23.99. And I'll go to Fashion Week, and I'll wear something from Amazon. I literally don't care. You know,
Well,
like that's how we
And that's
are.
something that, you know, a lot of
you
people
know what
fall
that
into.
is,
I
though.
mean, I
No
mean,
need.
you know,
You know
yes,
what
sir.
that is, though. That's y'all are some good looking people, so y'all can do that shit.
No, you know,
You can
a
be
lot
like,
of
man, I
the
ain't gotta
energy
look
is
good for you. I look good naturally. I like that. I know
no,
what
but for
y'all
real
doing.
though,
Like,
man, I think, you know, for me, like when you start creating a vision or you know, they see you all this stuff, like that's what they're gonna think that you have because you can afford it, you know. But
yeah,
for us, you know, it's just like, you know what, we're just gonna be comfortable. You know, for us, we're always on our sweats. You know, every time that we go out, we're like, oh man, do I gotta dress up? You know, I want to wear sweats.
Yeah, literally, like our closets, like are a bunch of workout gear, a lot of sweats, and more workout gear. And the amount of laundry we go through in this house because of the amount that we train,
Oh,
the
man.
entire family trains, is ridiculous.
man, that stuff is uncomfortable. I worked in a suit and tie for years, and the only person I say, and I will always say this, the only people who wear suit and ties out are people that never had to work, never actually needed to wear them at a job. Because that crap ain't even comfortable. I can't imagine how the high heels, like 6-inch heels, and dress. Like, I wouldn't even want to wear a tie. Like, I wore a tie for so many years that I was like, man, God dog, it's like it's heavy on you. You're wearing hard shoes. They're not anywhere as comfortable as just some regular loafers. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is front. And I'm glad y'all, man, this is some real stuff. And I've learned a lot from y'all. Like I said, let me know what your Cash App is so I can drop something on this. 'Cause this is appreciated, man. Really
Not
appreciate it.
no, I appreciate you, brother, and everybody out here. For me, I'm coming up with a book, and it's a loser mentality. It's not being a loser, because everybody loses. Everybody lost something, and so I'm working on this thing about, because of what happened last time, and why I keep rising up, because I can fall so many times, but I'm always going to rise up. And that's a choice that we all have as human beings. And so that's why for me, I want to write this book. It's about the loser mentality, is because we lose, but we got to embrace that. Because if we don't embrace it, man, I'm telling you, it's just going to haunt you. It's just going to bury you farther down. And that's the thing about the ego and all of this stuff, is when you're not true to yourself, because they're Instagram this, Instagram that, or social media this, you know, is when we get. And this is why mental health is such a big thing in this world now, is because no everybody's living behind that social media. Everybody's living behind that perfect world that they want. And it's illusion, for them to face life with a big smile. Next thing you know, because I in the last couple weeks, there was 2 3 people already in my crew, or not in my crew, but in that's connected to me, that killed themselves. And I think that it's when you're not true to yourself. And this is why I'm speaking in this way, because, like, look, I wear Walmart, I wear Amazon, I wear this, I wear that. I mean, all my life it was I didn't have anything, but now I can I, at least for how my life is. And I guess the way my vision of life is being real, about what was the word, I can't think of right now. My the concept of my life right now is being real, because when you're in your 20s, your concept of life is being rich, or making it happen.
Oh,
I'm 40, where for me, I can create that. And into people out there, the youngins out there, the concept of life is about creation, right? But creation of yourself, not of anything else. Because at the end of it all, man, at least this this is for me, is what you can laugh about, what you can live up, and have in your life, that's always going to be there. Money can be created, money can be lost, and at the end of it all, one thing that you can have. I'm sorry for not. I'm just ranting right now. I'm preaching.
yeah,
I'm
rant,
preaching.
He does
dude.
preach.
I preach a
He
lot.
has to
I preach a lot. Is
Rant.
because I am grateful for my life, man. I'm grateful for my life, because I could have been that kid that could have been done in with gangs in the streets. I could have been that kid.
Anon knows that you actually were born in a province that didn't have electricity.
Well, yeah. So I grew up in the Philippines. I was born in the Philippines, and for years I grew up without electricity. I didn't have anything. We'd have fish that's been dried out in the sun, so it lasts, because we didn't have a refrigerator and all that stuff. But people tend to forget that, and where they come from. But for me, growing up in California, in the Bay Area, it was rough. It's either you get made fun of, or you're gonna have to roll with the punches. For me, when I was in the Mexican side, I kind of spoke Mexican. When I was in the black side, I have to be black. I have to be all this, so that people can respect me, or people I can flow with be accepted in the community that I'm in, or the area that I'm in. So that's how it was with me. And but through it all, you do lose yourself. And the thing is, we're built by society growing up, but as we grow older, we have to create ourselves, and reaffirm ourselves, and recreate ourselves. Because all those stuff that we've learned growing up um make us who we are. But the choices that we are as human beings, as an adult, is to recreate ourselves and learn from what we have been molded to become.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I agree 100%. And I just to add on what you say, because like my situation is a little bit like the opposite. Like I've I always have had, right? Like not super wealthy. At certain points in times, had a lot of money. And I remember one time, like I had some health issues, and I separated from I had to leave my wife and kids. And it was only like, maybe it might have only been like 4 months. But where I went, my family had, lived in a, very, very big house. Everything was really, really nice. Crystal chandeliers and real china and all of that stuff, right? Just a big laid out house. And I was in the bed and I thought to myself, and I was like, God dog, I would rather be in a slum with my kids than sit here in this, where all of the things that you have, you realize what their real worth is compared to the things that you have that are really worth something. So like with your wife and sleeping with a porn star, like that's almost like, I mean, for real, like I used to go to strip clubs, and then at a certain point in time, I realized I got something much better at home. Like really realize you've got the same thing, but better at home. Like going to restaurants when your wife can cook or when you can cook. It's just stuff that you're really doing to impress other people. So what you're talking about, and this is not boxing, is no longer trying to impress other people and give a perception of yourself that is not true, but living for yourself and improving your own self, your own sense of self-worth. And that the question that I was going to ask that came to me, like you said, you were ranting. No, you're to me, I was like, this dude is a guy that is very, very intelligent, which I have a suspicion of on most champions. That it just, like, people ask, like, what is more important? And I don't know. I have to ask you this. Like, what is more important, your skills or your athleticism or your IQ in order to be a champion? Like, if you had to say what was most important, what would you say of those things that are most important?
Put it in order.
Well, for me, it has to be your heart. It has to be your heart because that's where determination comes from. That's where courage comes from. And with courage and determination, you can create a better you. When you have all the skills, I've for instance, growing up, I was always called the ugly duckling in the family. They no one really cared about me because I was tiny and all that stuff. And everybody was just like all up in my brothers. My older brother, he was talented, but because everybody was clamoring to him and all that stuff, being a favorite, that he thought, when adversity came and hit him, that that's when he faltered and he dug himself deeper. With me, I had the biggest heart because I wanted to prove to everybody else. I wanted to prove to my dad. I wanted to prove to my whole family that I exist, and so that was the desire that was burning within me, that allowed me to become so strong, that allowed me to become more talented, that allowed me to be resourceful enough to create my own selves, to get higher than what anyone could ever expect me. And this is why I keep falling and I keep getting back up, is because I'm resourceful enough to know that what has already transpired, I cannot take back. And therefore I can only move forward and learn from it. And this is why I feel like I'm getting better and I'm going to rise even higher, because I learned from my past, the hardship in my life that allowed me to know that I have the biggest heart and I can always grow to create a bigger person than what I could imagine. And that's the foundation of being a fighter. And all of that, when you start to grow into that determination, is when you learn to grow in becoming a better fighter. Now because you're observant, now because you can do it, as compared to being such a athletic fighter or a person, you're so athletic that it comes to a point where you think you're good enough, and what happens is you plateau. I mean, an example, Tio, he thinks he's the best right now. He thinks that, and I got the big respect for him, but he thinks that he can't go any higher than where he is, and that's what he's saying out there. I'm the best. I can't learn anymore because I'm gotten to a level that I'm the best. I mean, that's where everything falls apart, when you don't have a big foundation to fall back onto. When you reach a different height and you hit that damn wall, and that wall is going to bear you even harder and drops you to the floor. As if you have the foundation, it's going to drop you halfway, and you're going to learn that, I can go higher than that. And this is why the biggest component of being a legendary fighter, not just anything, is that heart of a champion.
Yeah, I can't even relate, bro. Like
Well,
seriously, man, that's something real because that to do that is like that is what's like. I think that I think you can get that in other areas of life, like just practically speaking, like where you have major issues and you have to realize, look, man, you go to rock bottom, and what are you going to do when you get rock bottom? Are you going to stay there, or are you going to climb and get back up? And you coming back and going down to 118 from 126, going down to 118. I was, man, seriously, man, I was like, wow, Nonito Donaire is back. Like, was,
well,
I
I
mean,
always belong in that weight class. I've always belonged in that weight class. I just always been chasing bigger fights. You know,
oh, okay.
Yeah. So at that time they had Leo Santa Cruz, they had Maris, and all these guys. So for me, that was just it for me. I want to fight the best fighter, and I believed in myself, But ultimately, when it comes down to it, to go back into it, that you cannot relate. But trust me, you didn't become successful or get to a level without that determination. It's just the same thing. It's just that everything that we do correlates with everything that is life. Even though, like you said, there's nothing about boxing, but trust me, boxing is, that's all there is to it mentally. When a fighter goes in there, he's struggling himself mentally. He's in the locker room and he's hanging out and he's confident, but in the back of the head, all his negative thoughts are popping out. And that's the same thing with life. Is like you think that you can do it, but then there's this stuff behind you, that tells you that you can, but then you're willing to jump and you make it happen. And that's what really stops people from becoming successful, is they're not willing to jump, because they can be confident going in there, but then at the back of the head, there is that voice, that monkey mind that tells you that you're not good enough, or it's scary, or it's fearful, and you're trying to go back into that survival mentality, and then you stop, and that's there is to it. I mean, everybody can be successful in every way, shape, or form. They just got to learn to jump by not listening to that voice behind their head.
This says to stop, and that's the same thing in training, losing weight, and all of that, those type of things through training camp.
100%. And it's the mentality, the discipline, that you're looking at the result and you're feeling that result and you're visualizing that result, not the process. The process hurt. The process is scary. The process is very negative. The mind, when you start feeling that pain, it's going to tell you, oh, we can't do this no more. So it's being focused in getting to that result, because you see the result, you see the joy, you see the victory, you see all of that stuff, and when you turn into that the mental aspect of the positivity of getting that result, all of that stuff doesn't matter. It's like when you wake up in the morning, like, I gotta go to the gym, and you're thinking about the process. Man, I gotta put my clothes on, it's cold outside, you know what, I gotta drive to the gym, and all that stuff, and guess what, I'm gonna do it later. And next thing you know, you never do it, right? But then you just go out there, you wake up, and you just make it happen, because you know the result. I mean, at least that's how I work. My mind is like when I know when I start thinking about the process. It's like having a checklist, a to-do list. You got all this to-do list, and you're not gonna be able to do them all, because you're like, forget this. There's too many things to do. As compared to just, what, this is what I want to do today, and then add on to that. Oh, I got all this stuff, and it's okay if you don't create all of that. Just be proud of yourself that you did something today.
Yeah, I can relate. Now that I can relate to, absolutely. Like I can, because I think it does cross over, man. Man, thank you, man. I got to have you back on. Like I said, I don't, I don't want to ever talk about stuff you guys don't want to talk about. But man, this is a real blessing. This has been a treat to me, man, because, I'm a big boxing fan, bro. And, you're going to be known for a very, very long time, man. It's definitely one of the best fighters to do it,
No, I appreciate that, man. Like for me, again, it's just being true to myself. But at the same time, I don't look at the legendary stuff. I just allow myself to be, because this is the moment that I have. This is the moment that I'm going to be, living. I'm not gonna be there. I'm dead. I'm dead by the time I become legendary or this and that, or people talking about me. Have them be inspired. I'm just gonna give the best that I can and live my life in this moment because this is what I have. A lot of people are like, "Oh, I gotta be legendary. I gotta do this. I gotta do that." It's like, forget that, man. If what I do now happens to become legendary for other people, then that's good for me. That's all there is for it for me,
That's
and I'm gonna live this moment.
Hey, real quick, Jay Coop said said this to you, man. I'm a fan of this brother now. I'm a fan of this brother now. Big ups to him and his wife. Keep up the good work. And Knight Rider, who's a big fan of yours, obviously said it's getting harder to train. Is it harder getting? Is it getting harder to train as you get older? That's a question for you.
It gets harder when the passion is there and the purpose is gone. And that's where you got to create those purpose to allow yourself to become, again, going back into the result of thinking, not the process of it. And because for a while, for a few years back, it was harder to get back up, get up in the morning and train and all this stuff. Now it's a different story because I do have a purpose. And that, for me, my purpose is becoming undisputed champion of the world, and people can say that's crazy. Well, if I was that little kid who didn't have electricity and said, I'm gonna have money, I'm gonna have a car, a nice car, I want to live in a nice house, I would say that was crazy. So people can say I'm crazy, but at this moment in time, becoming undisputed champion of the world and being the best, you know what? And 5 division world champion, you know what? Call me crazy, but I've been crazy this whole time since I was 10 years old. It says I was 5 years old when I didn't have that electricity because I kept dreaming, and when you start creating, man, I mean, it's just things happens, and it's just gonna fall in your hands, and you take that and you run with it. You run with it with all that you got, you know. So I mean, for me, man, I call me crazy, but I've been crazy all my life.
Man, I'm not calling you crazy because why wouldn't you be able to do that, man? Like, as
Right.
long as you get the fight, as long as you get the fights, you can win the fights. Not a lot of cats your size are really carrying that type of power. I mean, just from a practical sense, like we talk about guys that are like knockout punchers and people that are below the weight. Like, how many like dudes that really can spark you out with that weigh under 122 pounds? It's not that many of them. So
Yeah.
whenever you really have the ability to turn somebody's lights out, you always have a chance to win that fight. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm just looking from the outside looking in about it, and you have a lot of experience. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah.
that, yeah, as long as they actually give you the fights and people don't stand in the way of you getting those fights, and you're one of the biggest names at one night. You're one of the few recognizable names at 118 pounds. I mean,
Yeah.
Monster in a way is a recognized name. But after that, it's if you're not a real hardcore boxing fan, there's very few fighters that Nonito Donaire, Rigondeaux,
Yeah.
Nonito Donaire, Monster in a way, and really those you three are the ones that really have and Rigondeaux is past it at this point. Like, I think that he probably is definitely looking towards the end of his career. Um,
Yeah.
but no, man, I think that you can because you're marketable. If you negotiate yourself into a scenario where people will get you the fights and will get you the fights and they'll get in the ring with you, I don't have any doubt at all, man. And plus the way that you approach it, which is like, look, man, if you see it and you believe it and you believe it's yours, right? Then see it, believe it, receive it. Like people thought that,
Amen. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
100%. 100%. And the crazy thing is, when I was shit, man, when I was a little boy, I would run up the hills, 6 miles, and that was me. I would just chant that I would just have this um daydreaming, being a champion, and I'm raising my hand and I'm yelling, I'm screaming because there's nobody around. So I'm living this moment. And I think this is where I got to become where I'm at, not knowing about manifestation and all that power that we have, as an individual, but because I was living it at that moment that I was running up that thing because it was 6 miles going up and I was so bored and I was so tired that I had to live this this glorious moment in my head of being a world champion, of being a legendary champion, and I think I created that and manifested the whole thing of who I am.
All right, you're gonna make me do this, Nonito. I don't want to have to do this. However, I will. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second.
Hi guys in the chat.
What's up, everybody?
All
Did
right.
you guys think I was
You see
taking
this book right
Oh.
here? I don't do
Oh,
this a
yes.
lot. See this, The Power of the Imagination by Neville. Okay.
Yes.
The gist of this book is this, and y'all can shut up and not listen. Like I said, this is just talking, right? All right. Let me explain the concept of this, because I was raised Christian.
Yeah.
And so this is a book that teaches you about prayer, but it approaches prayer from a different angle than you would usually think, because it says that Jesus is your conscious. God is your subconscious. Only through Jesus can you see the Father. So only through your conscious mind can you receive the blessings of your unconscious mind, the unseeable, the unknowable. And so when you describe that and you say you got to the point where you could feel it, you set a goal and you felt the goal. In order to yell and jump up and down and all that stuff, you had to actually have a feeling of elation.
Yes.
Right? So when you have that feeling of elation, that is you telling God or the Christos or wisdom, telling God what is. So when you pray and you ask for something, this is the logic of it. When you pray and you ask God for something that you believe you don't have, it is going to be reaffirmed that you don't have it. But when you feel it and you thank God for something
Yes.
that you have, then it is affirmed that you have it, because
Yes.
God is beyond time. So when you said that, you said to say, you remember the basketball player Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, used to be Chris Jackson, one of the best shooters you'll ever see, said the same thing. He was like, I was dead broke in Mississippi, and I would get up at 4 a.m. and I would dribble, and I would feel myself that there was somebody right there in front of me trying to block my shot. So I was always visualizing myself scoring on people. I was always, and he never left until he felt the shot was going to go in. And it was all about his feeling, and that's what they refer to as your heart. So what you just explained is what theological scholars have talked about for centuries, and why they say, see it, believe it, receive it. You have to see it, and then you have to feel that you have it, right? And then it is for you, and you will receive it. So, bro, I hear exactly what you're saying, man. And I'm like, you're a blessing to me in my life, because I struggle with that on a daily basis, is trying to get to feeling, okay, man, like, for example, and I'm like I said, man, I don't care if anybody's, I'm telling you what I was feeling like this channel, like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, man, what can I do? What's going to make it different? But I said, I knew something's going to make it different. And now I'm talking to literally one of the greatest fighters in the world, whose wife is an expert on a subject that I needed to learn about, talking about first-person experiences of being a champion in the sport of boxing. It's so yeah, I absolutely believe if you see it and you believe it, you will receive it, because it's been true in so many situations in my life, coming from like being here, dropping down, coming up. Like, you fought that dude out there in the UK. Like, I was like, man, this man just broke that man's back. Like, I was so happy. You know what I'm saying? I was so happy, because I was like, wow, this dude just he got this belt. You remember that? Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? I can't remember the dude's name.
Burnett.
Yeah,
Ryan Burnett. I mean, again, man, you know, that's my thing. Is for me as a person, one thing that I truly am here, and I believe this is, you know, I want to inspire people, because I want them to believe in their power. And this is why I'm always preaching about the power of you, the power of God within you, you know, the power of all of that stuff. Seek and you shall find, you know, knock and it shall be open, because it's all given to us, you know, in his image, with that of our creator. We are a creator of ourselves, you know, our path, you know, our everything, our destiny, you know, is because of the fact that we have choices, you know. And when we start owning up our choices, regardless if somebody inspired us to do this, regardless if somebody pushed us to this, we still made the choice to take the action. And when you take that action, no one else is taking that but you. You know, when people start taking up and the ownership of your action and who you are, and not given an excuse, is when you can rise to become the best of you or your potential. You can reach that and you can see it, you know, through the visualization of everything else. But to own up to who you are is the biggest key to creating that manifestation, or your world of reaching.
Yeah,
And
you're
like
an emotionally intelligent dude, man.
this is something that, okay, I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible because I know you're trying to run out of here.
No, I'm not.
Uh,
Look, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not. Trust me, it is. I'm in here 5 hours already. I ain't 5.5 ain't gonna kill me. Go ahead.
okay,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
so I'll take you through our journey, a really quick overview. Nonito, before he fought Darchinyan the first time, what did you do?
Oh, I sketched myself with the belts. I just kept sketching myself with the belt, and then I just kept sketching it over and over. You know, every morning after I ran my miles, you know, I sketched myself. You know, and I don't know what happened to that sketch, but that sketch was pretty amazing. But that was one of the things of practice. You know, was I just sketched myself with that belt. You know, and I just outlined myself every day until, you know, and I felt it because I was just in my own little world. You know, I was just, as I was sketching this of me and the belt.
So that was the first one. And then, like there's different, like we had different friends that were from different religions, but we all understood that,
Hey,
manifesting
I'm
prayers.
sorry. Can you? I don't want to miss what you're saying. I don't mean to be rude, but my dog is going berserk. I've got to pull him in this room.
Yeah,
Please
no
keep
worries.
talking. I can hear you, but I'm gonna shut this so this barking gets. I got a really big dog. Is going nuts. Let me pull him
Okay.
in. But keep going because I can definitely hear you.
Okay. So, of course, when we talk about manifestation, guys, especially the ones that are in the chat, like there's different ways of saying it throughout different religions. So this is just an easier way of saying it. Prayers, you are for different people, is pretty much what manifestation is, but you have to choose your words carefully. And the thing is, so I think the first time we played, so there was this one of our she was very spiritual, we're Catholic, and she's like, listen, like it's the same thing, like you're thanking God, right, for what you have. And she's like, I want to teach you how to go deeper. So we played this quote unquote game, and the game was, there's this billionaire that just wanted to give out money. He's going to give you.
It's just a
It's a okay, so it's a game.
It's a game.
And you have to tell them how you're going to spend it. So you go through this whole game. It's saying how much you appreciate, like a house or something. You say how much it costs, and blah, 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 and all this stuff. We played the game the first time.
Yeah.
And mind you, we're still living in my parents' basement. We're trying to save up for a house. And the first time I said, when we get $1 million in our bank account, I'm going to do this. Tell me why. I've never seen this happen in the history. And I think I still have a screenshot of it. Wells Fargo accidentally deposited $1 million in my bank account. Okay. The second time that we played was, we started over, played again, and I said 5 million. I want 5 million in my bank account. I was like, if this happens, this is gonna be really fun. Nonito said, what did you want? A Maserati?
Yeah.
You wanted a Maserati
At that time. Yeah.
at that time. So I go, it was one of the early top right fights, and I deposit a $500 check. Teller accidentally puts an extra zero, and I walk away from the teller, and there's 5 million in my bank account. Nonito gets to drive a Maserati for our wedding. And then, so the last one, the biggest one, which I thought was really funny, was Nonito asked when we were going to have kids. And I said, when we have a house big enough, and when you sign $1 million check. And from that point, Nonito, we bought a house, a really nice house in Vegas. And then months later, we were in Japan, and I got a contract,
Yeah.
and it said that $1 million check, and I signed the contract and I sent it back. That night I got pregnant. That exact night I got pregnant. So you know, you have to be really. Was laughing about it because I was like, okay, maybe I should have been a little bit more specific. Like, give me time. Like a
Yeah.
couple months later, I'll be pregnant. Not like that exact night. But you know, we teach these to our boys. Our boys are kids are very big. They don't know how strong their words are, and they live it every single day.
And like having that conversation earlier about me being honest and all that stuff, that's where it all comes down to, is authenticity. You may have this dream, you may have this vision, you know, but having that authenticity, and you feel that dream, you feel that vision, you know, it's that's when everything materializes. But being authentic to it is the key. I mean again, going back into the fight, you know, when I visualize fighting this or fighting that, I mean, I visualize myself being undisputed. And I do see myself becoming undisputed, you know, and it's just a matter of time. You know, I do feel it, I do live it, you know, and it's gonna happen one way or another. But ultimately, when it comes down to fighting, you know, all these people are creating all this stuff on their on themselves, is because of the way they speak, you know, with the way they desire things, and the way things are. Like you said, people are saying, "Oh, I want this," but then that doubt comes, and that's what happens with people. This is when they, you know, all fighters, and they find themselves even deeper and deeper than where they were.
That's a lot, man. Man, I no, seriously, that's I needed that message today, and that's in a book about that, and especially from somebody that can where you can show that in a way where nobody can doubt what you have to say, because it's all on record. You know what I mean? Like, it's all on record. But I appreciate you, man. I am gonna bounce out of here, man, today, right about
I
5 hours.
appreciate you, brother. Thank you for having us.
Hey, man, no, thank you guys for coming on. It's a blessing, no doubt about it. I learned a lot from you. I learned a lot from your wife over the last couple of days, and I'm sure everybody in the chat did as well. Thank you so much, and I can't wait to see you fight for one of those championships. Which one do you think is most likely going to be?
Well, for me, my vision right now is getting that fifth division. So either Gallo Estrada or Martinez.
So you can make one. That's 115, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can make 115. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that Estrada fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'll be a great fight. I was looking forward to fighting Chocolatito, but then, you know, he ended up not getting that belt. So I'm gonna go with the guy with the belt.
Yeah, I would suspect it. Yeah, I would pick you over Estrada. That's what's up. All right, man. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Nonito Champ. Thank you
Thank
guys
you,
for coming
brother.
by the channel. And I'm about to roll out here. Make sure you guys will follow. Now when you start your YouTube channel so we can send you a bunch of subscribers.
It's I'll type it in the chat. It's Beyond the Ring with here. Yeah, you type it. Beyond the Ring.
Yeah, I don't think you got a wrench, so you can. You just put a link in there. And matter of fact, like the next one that I do, if you come by, just always put a link in there, and we can send you a bunch of subscribers of people who check you out for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Like I said, like I just like the boxing knowledge. So if you have anything and questions, and don't forget to send me an email.
Yes, ma'am.
Forgot
Sorry
to do
about
that.
that. I got it. I will do that. As soon as I jump off, I will.
Okay. Well,
all right.
I mean, again, I appreciate everything, and I appreciate everyone in the chats and the great conversations that we've been having. So don't ever feel like weird about asking me questions. I don't shy away from questions.
No, same here, man. And if you guys had, again, question with anything for us, it's just, we'll speak if we need to. We won't if we don't have to, but yeah, out there, man, much blessing to everybody. Start creating, because you got the power to create. That's always be my message, because we are creators as well.
All right, brother. All right, y'all. Yeah, it's great. By the way, my name is Martin, just so you know. You can call me Martin.
Okay.
Yeah,
nice to meet you, Mark. My name is Rachel, not Raquel.
Rachel.
I think
Did I say Raquel today? I didn't say Raquel today, did I?
No.
Okay.
You did think about it for 1 second when you were reenacting the story, what happened with T or Orlando, but you were like, well, Rachel.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Talk to you later.
Thank you again, brother. Right. Thank you. To everybody. Thank you.
All right. Hey, see y'all tomorrow. I'm out. Deuces. Oh, by the way, we got that. Deuces. Peace.